yeah, everything works just fine. Oh, the internet's not happy. Yes, really, PBG. It's really real. I am, in fact, streaming right now. So we'll hit continue from... Oh. Where? Oh, no. Sorry, hang on, we need to load a save. Let's see. This one seems to be the latest save, so we'll load this save. Yes, load that save. That's probably where we are. Okay. So, for those of you that missed the last time I streamed this, because it was a while ago, the big plot, big picture plot of this game essentially amounts to the main character, his sister, was killed in a treasure hunting expedition they went on, and now the main character and the rest of his treasure hunting gang, well, the main character's trying to get the rest of his treasure hunting gang, yes, really, PUG, I need to silence my phone. The main character is trying to get the rest of his old treasure hunting gang back together to find a treasure that will turn back time to bring back his sister. So that's the plot in a nutshell. So anyway, let's pick up where we left off. Things are looking up. As long as I don't say anything stupid, AG should be willing to help out soon. I gotta be careful with what I say and do. I gotta be careful with what I say and do inside the Empyrean. Let's do this. We'll go to the Empyrean. Oh.
Welcome back, Master.
Lively as ever, aren't you?
Would you prefer a gloomy greeting?
Welcome back.
Just kidding.
Be careful doing that to other customers. It might not work as smoothly.
Oh, but everyone's nice in the Empyrean. Except herders, that is. But the regulars are really fun to talk to.
Fun for a doormat, maybe.
Master?
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you enjoy whatever torture AG's putting you through.
Torture? I enjoy my job, really.
It sure looks that way.
Yep. Your friendly mate is always here to cheer you up.
I'm fine, thanks. Can I go now?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry for holding you up.
No, I'm done.
Perfect. Enjoy your stay.
Alright, let's talk to the people again. Let's talk to the pun master. What terrible joke does he have in store for me this time? Looks like he's injured. His hands are all wrapped up. Thinking hard about your next joke?
No, never, but I'm glad you like them.
I don't really...
Alright then, it's time for a new hilarious joke. Are you ready for this joke?
Yeah, whatever. We've been through this before, so why not?
Perfect. So there are two fish in a tank. What does one fish say to the other fish? It's cramped in...
That's not him. It's cramped in here?
Nope, the fish in the tank told the other fish. How do you drive this thing? Wait, there's more.
There is?
Of course there is. What did the other fish say?
I could never guess.
The other fish said, "Holy mackerel, it's a talking fish."
I'm making myself laugh with that. Jeez. Oh.
That was so funny it blew your mind, right? Admit it.
It was mind-blowingly dumb, that's for sure.
Kill, you're so boring. Where's your sense of humor?
Out of here, are you trying to say? We updated the profile of the joke guy. Hooray! Let's talk to overly intense knife stabby McStabbington. Are we just gonna sit here and at each other? Is that it? In the blink of an eye, Sogeki's knife flew through the air, narrowly missing you. Will you at least stop staring? Alright, fine. Profession. You're skilled with a knife. You're insightful enough to make spot-on observations on how nomad groups operate. You come here every night. Clearly haven't stepped on enough toes to be on the run, but stabbing people is your expertise. Correction, I'm good at throwing knives too. I've never missed my mark. You smirked smugly. Sogeki stared and snapped his tongue. I know it said clicked, but we needed more S's there. Not when I intend to kill them, at least. Right, the point is, what do you do for a living exactly? Professional killers never stay in one place. If mugging people's your thing, it gets harder to do your job in a place everyone knows is the hotbed of racketeers. I'm a consultant. Sugeki rolled up his left sleeve to reveal a biochip on his arm, covered by skin. Sanctus allocates valuable resources to ensure their higher-ups don't fall into a ditch. That or do something equally stupid. No way. Unbelievable, right? So don't bother asking me about it. If you're such a hotshot, what are you doing in this humble dump? Shouldn't you be, like, sharing some luxury wine with your clients or something? Never been in a room with a stuck-up high and mighty Sanctus brass? It's as suffocating as you can imagine. I didn't think you were the type to cave under pressure. If by that you mean the pressure not to kill insufferable creatures who should be swimming in radioactive waste, then yeah, I'd rather choke on my own spit. I'm impressed. You almost sound legit. I wish I had something more exciting for your simple brain, like that I kill people and eat their brains or something. Sadly, that's just not the case. Isn't keeping Sanctus officials scratch-free a full-time stint? How can you drink leisurely in the Empyrean every night with that kind of job description? Those pigs never leave their fancy chambers at night. They spend most of their days in there. You gotta wonder what they need me for sometimes. The only threats against their safety are assassins. Funny thing is, you have to be a publicly known official first before a bounty's put on your head. Most of these officials are shrouded in mystery. You do the math. So your real job is to keep them from shooting themselves in the foot. How do you score a racket like that? It's a long story of long stories. Put simply, I had an impressive resume and they hired me for it. That doesn't sound too far-fetched, I guess. I'm not trying to convince you. I don't believe much of anything either. The real truths in this world only come out when I put Darla against someone else's throat. You don't have to go that far for me to be straight with you, really. Also, different tea. I got it out of the tea box today. I had gotten tea box a couple months ago, but anyway, it's caramel apple. I wasn't feeling very caffeinated today. I might have a different caffeinated tea after stream. I'm not sure. But there is there's 2 more teas in the tea box out of this month. There's a golden black tea, I think, is what it was called. Then there was a pu'er, which, like, last time I had pu'er, it tasted like fish, so I'm not looking forward to drinking that one. But we'll see. I might even have it on stream, just so you guys get to enjoy me grimacing at it. But anyway. And the sky's that pink. Okay, buddy. Let's talk to the quiet, non-drinking patron and his yelly buddy. What do you want? counterfeit biochip. So how did that fake bio... I forgot Dungeons and Dragons is on right now. I'm super behind. I need to like find a thing that tells me the story because I'm like 3 or 4 episodes behind at this. Like I actually like I missed a huge chunk and I'm 3 or 4 episodes behind at the same time. Like all I know is that Paulton is strawed a little bit, I guess, and also that for some reason, which I very much missed, that Evelyn is a robot, and I completely missed why. Like the last episode I watched, like that was in series and I hadn't missed any, was the one where spoilers, I guess, if you haven't watched Dice Camera Action, but I kind of also spoiled something else that I don't know anything about, but oh well. Spoilers for Dice Camera Action, I guess. Like the last episode I watched was the one that ended in Diath opening the flask thing and releasing a fire demon and melting not only himself but also everyone in the room. That's the last episode I watched because like finals happened after that and I didn't have time. And I can't remember which episode that is, so I'm tempted to like look it up on a wiki or something and just try and binge through the rest of them like a podcast. But anyway, let's find out about how the fake biochip that we programmed for that guy turned out. Looks like Nobu's still here alive. It's a multiple choice question. Nobu has no balls. Or B, Nobu's balls are so microscopic they may as well not exist.
I'm just waiting for the rain. Everything.
Opportunity?
You heard me. I can't just walk in a sawdust cab and blow a head off.
He sounds more tired than drunk. I need to add like more slurring or something. I don't know. When's the right time then? When you're sober? That ain't ever gonna happen.
The time will come.
Yeah, good luck with that. All Songtooth ain't all sunshine and rainbows, you know. I can drink to that, Captain Obvious. Alright, cool. Thank you for the dialogue. Let's speak to our friend here. What is it this time? Hers pay you a visit again? No, this stupid piece of crap won't work. No, the radio's broken? It's usually something you can easily fix. If that were the case, I wouldn't be so annoyed right now. Whoa, take it easy, old man. Let me have a look at that. You inspect the broken radio, pressing all its buttons and turning the tuning wheel. It made no sounds, no matter which frequency you tried to tune into. But the lights were on, however. Hang on. Do I have a prop? Do I have a prop for this? I kind of have a prop for this. I mean, I have this Walkman. It has a radio dial. Let's turn the radio dial. By the way, did you know that I have an email? Like, specifically for this channel and the YouTube channel. They exist. It's in the description if you want to send me, like, fan art or something. Odds are I'll try and put the fan art in a video because I like doing that. I enjoy featuring people. Anyway. It's powered up, but it's not doing anything. You got that right. What a piece of crap. No point in getting all riled up about it. Anchor clouds your judgment, right? Or have you lost the ability to control your temper after only a couple of years? I don't need a lecture from you. I don't need a lecture from you. Why won't my computer's brightness go up? Fine, I'll bring up the prompt myself and drag the thing. There we go. That didn't help at all. It's still really reflective. Beautiful. Wonderful. Thank you. I don't need a lecture from you. This garbage should be working, but it isn't. Jeez, why are you so worked up? I have an idea why, but I probably shouldn't tell him. I don't want to hurt his pride. Fine, just let me look at it, okay? I'll get the radio running in a jiffy. Oh. From the looks of it, I can't do much without tinkering with the radio's inside. You got a screwdriver I can use? If I did, I'd have dissected the dumb radio and decorated gall. So that's the problem. You really don't have a screwdriver lying around? It's a little weird, actually. Do I look like a toolbox to you? Before you asked, it's been a while since I ran maintenance on my crossbow. Yeah, fair enough. I'll come back later once I can open. Maybe we can talk to... Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to leave. Oops, left it. Oh, well. I guess we can go try to find a, Let's go try and find a screwdriver in the thing. I can't go there. The old world... I can't go there. Oops. You need to find a screwdriver. Maybe it's somewhere in the Empyrean, for that matter. Oh, this person's welcoming us. Thank you. Do I have a... No, that's a sword. I was like, oh, what? I thought I had a... Nope. Let's talk to this guy again. Maybe he'll have... What do you want? Making AG leave. Man, I'm stumped. Wish you could go back to your Durchalton days? Prancing around looking for junk that might be a wee bit more valuable than some other junk? It ain't happening unless you hop into a time machine. If time machines existed, we'd have time travelers all among us right about now. What do you know about anything? For one, your crew botched the Golden Dream Hunt so bad it was the failure of the century. Even if you did go back to your old ways, what else is there that could be considered treasure? Maybe they crawled in their sewers. Where's Septimus's golden crib? That I'd fetch for them collecting folks. No, it's alright, I understand, but the market better than some redneck self-proclaimed hero in a dingy bar, but I gotta agree with you there. Treasure hunting is an oversaturated business. We'll have to really think outside the box if we want to find something new. I'm not too concerned about that, though. AG just isn't fit for a desk job. Maybe so, but you need to look at things from his perspective. After a life of adventure highlighted by an epic failure, who wouldn't want to settle down? He might look tough on the outside, but who knows how badly he was scarred on the inside back then. Running this bar also gives him a chance to play the Good Samaritan. That has to be a comfortable position to be in after you've been through some crazy stuff. Looks like there are just too many perks to staying at the Empyrean to run around with a brat like you. He's settled down quite nicely, that's for sure. Is this really the life for AG, though? There may be an angle I can exploit here. What is it? AG prefers a more active lifestyle. AG can't possibly be enjoying this bartender stint too much. He's not so old that his bones can't take more punishment from the outside. I need to make him realize that life behind the counter is not for him. And even if he doesn't believe in Noah's Ark, pursuing Miho's revival would be a good reason to get off his butt. Another freeloader in my bar, huh? Let's talk to him about his nomad blues. Do I really want to talk about AG's golden days with nomads? He seems seriously guarded about the topic. If I make a wrong move now, he'll shut me out and I'll be back to square one. If he'll even still allow me to visit this place, that is. Before I pursue this topic, I should have sufficient evidence that I can use for leverage. I can't just accuse him of things and expect him to welcome me with open arms if I get facts wrong. So, am I really ready to talk about this? I need more information. Whatever history he has with nomad groups must be handled with extreme care. I'm not sure I'm at the necessary level of delicateness for that. Midori has a better shot at that kind of thing, but I can't drag her all the way from Harajuku to fix my personal problems. If I'm to have any chance at appealing to Eiji by using his own past on him, I should be well prepared. I'd better look around first to see what I can find. Well, we need to look around to try and find a screwdriver. Maybe if we talk to, Oh, he's talking about the fan. It looks sturdy enough that we won't have to worry about it falling and hurting someone. I don't know, maybe if we talk to Joke Guy again? Hey, Joke Guy, you got anything new?
You're back for more amazing laughs.
Let's ask him about his injury. What happened to your hands, man?
Oh, you want to hear a joke about hands?
No, I was actually wondering how such a skillful comedian could possibly hurt himself.
Is that really a mystery? Injuries happen all the time. Why else would a first aid kit be worth so much? They won't even give me one in exchange for one of my jokes.
I'm pretty sure that no one wants to barter for jokes that even children would scoff at, though.
You would know comedic genius if you saw one.
Yeah, maybe, but I can tell which comedians are terrible at, though, so... Okay. Nothing out of comedian guy. Let's talk to the angry knife guy. See if he has anything to say. Let's ask him about nomads. Riddle me this then, Mr. Consultant. What do you think happened to Eiji's nomad group? I'm not asking for historical facts or your interpretation of the various rumors about it either. Given the circumstances, why would Eiji part with his commune? Why don't you give it a rest? If Eiji wanted to burn bridges, he had every right to. I know, I'm asking for your professional opinion on the matter. Sugeki's side, beat it. It seemed there'd be no fending off you, whose inquisitive eyes never once wavered. Nomad leaders often have the same problems, depending on the tribe's population. Smaller groups may be easier to maintain, but they're more vulnerable to outside forces. It's not unheard of for larger groups to harass smaller groups, whether it's to steal all their supplies, or to force them to merge, in which case it's the new blood that'll be forced to do the more dangerous tasks for their new overlords. I've always avoided groups, but I know what you're on about. Hunting, stealing, exploring potentially radioactive areas. You'll need tough, often unwilling volunteers for these. Unless you have expendables, few recruits eager to prove their worth. When your tribe gets assimilated by a larger one, you either die trying to secure a place in the pack or you get left behind. And it's the leader's responsibility to keep everyone alive? The leader also has to decide whether the group could stay small or should it increase its numbers. That's what you're saying, right? That about sums it up. Leaders of larger groups have a different set of problems. They cannot downsize without causing internal conflicts. One wrong move can lead to a dog-eat-dog scenario. Then everyone's dead before you know it. Leaders' decisions determine whether the tribe has to hunt for smaller groups. Then they have to decide whether these small fry are to be assimilated or not. They need to keep the group's numbers in check and be charismatic and dominating enough to be followed. They must win the respect of the majority to maintain order. Sometimes they have to deal with uprisings and political maneuvering as well. When the group grows too large, it's the leader's call if they need to discard a few bodies and how. Among those many problems, I don't see anything that could stop Eiji, though. He's pretty strong for someone who chose the easy life behind a bar counter. I thought so too. If I was a betting man, I'd put my money on indecision. That doesn't sound like something Eiji has any trouble with, though. If you haven't noticed, pretty gruesome things happen to smaller groups when they're taken over. Big fish feeds on the anchovies and all that. When they're not assimilated, the smaller groups are messed with, to put it lightly. Eiji must have acted like most leaders out of necessity, and being at the top took its toll. Can you decide with a straight face that a number of people must be led to their deaths for the good of everyone else? I've stayed away from groups to avoid those awkward situations in the first place. I don't know how Eiji got a big commune for himself. Whether he killed the former leader or he had an enterprising mindset, I'm not sure. But all the tough calls he had to make and the sacrifices he had to take along the way could have played a role in his decision to leave the top spot. This is all speculation, though. In all the years we've known each other, he never once mentioned being a leader of any group. Your guess is as good as mine. Doesn't look like Sugeki has any insider info. Sounds like an honest man proud of his work, showing me how it's done. Eiji, what the hell happened? Alright, let's talk to not drunk and his drunk friend. What do you want? Let's ask about the counterfeit biochip again, even though we read this. Yeah, we read this part about the counterfeit biochip already. Yep. Maybe now that we have a little bit of an idea of what Eiji intended to do. He seems seriously guarded about the topic. If I make a wrong move now, he'll shut me out and I'll be back to square one. If he'll even still allow me to visit this place, that is. Before I pursue this topic, I should have sufficient evidence that I can use for leverage. I can't just accuse him of things and expect him to welcome me with open arms if I get facts wrong. Yeah, really, PBG? What's up? Oh, someone else streaming. Everyone has decided to stream right now. Yes, really, PBG? Sorry, I need to delete that email, because it's gonna bother me if I don't. I'd say we have enough. We got some information from the guy. Let's, shoot. Let's click I need more information and save. Let's just hit quick save. And then click on him again. We'll save. And then we'll ask him about the Nomad Blues. I clicked the wrong thing again. Yes, we are ready to talk about this. So the moment of truth, there's no turning back. After that long-winded reminiscing, this is the perfect time to dig deeper and see if I can change his mind about Miho and the Ark. He's saying there's nothing to his past, but that can't be right. I know he's keeping something from me, and I just need him to open up. Which angle should I exploit? Alright, I got something now. Let's see. ask him about his motivations first. Running a bar like this doesn't really suit AG. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. Be straight with me, AG. Is this any fun? Your endless interrogation and your stupid questions? Not one bit. No, I don't mean that. I'm talking about... Look at you, man. I'm fine with the way I look, thanks. Seriously? The clean, snappy clothes? Life behind the counter? Bar's not open 24/7. You're probably jumping to the wrong conclusions. I know that. I know you're not afraid to get your hands dirty once in a while. You dispatched an entire GPA platoon that had no beef with you, just so you could save one guy. If that's all, then I'm not impressed. I don't live to entertain you, kid. Yeah, I know that, but in Dirchalton, no, even before that, you were a real badass. I couldn't put it into words before. Maybe I was just too prideful to admit it. But you were my hero. AG was at a loss for words, but it was unclear whether Yu's sentiments touched or dismayed him. In AG's eyes, you could have displayed immaturity. Such a trait would indicate that Yu wasn't ready to pursue such an intensely coveted item as Noah's Ark. Kid, if you look up to me solely because of my ability to raise hell, you haven't grown one bit. Not from when I first found you crying on the ground all shit-faced. You didn't move 1 inch from the dirt I found you in many years ago. That's not true. I was just saying that out in the wild is rather where I'd see an AG. Free's a peregrine falcon, not encaged in this dark dump for drunk people. Once you put on a few years, you'll understand that there's more to life than adventuring. You have someone you deeply care for, even if she's not around anymore. As perennial attachment, it could be your downfall. But it could also be the key for you to open your eyes. Yu's heart started pounding hard. His chest inflated and deflated at an increased rate, as he felt a sharp pain with every thud. He was wise enough to keep his thoughts in check, not uttering a single word as his shaken mind raced. He knew better than to speak out. He's come too far to tarnish his relationship with AG. Even in such an emotionally wobbly state, he had to keep his calm. What does that even mean? A future without Miho? You gotta be kidding me. You have any idea what I went through in the last couple of years? You sighed, took a few deep, controlled breaths. His eyes darted left and right before they could focus on AG again. He tried to stay composed, despite feeling like he was drifting away from his beloved sister. The thought of what was going on without her was preposterous. The thought of going on without her was preposterous. Looking back to her death as just an eye-opener was a ludicrous proposition. Downfall? I've reached rock bottom. Downfall? I've reached rock bottom, AG. I have nothing to lose. Not anymore. We all have to move on at some point, kid. That's life. I refuse to accept that. Not when I have a clear lead that I just need to act on. AG, you're the one who doesn't understand. Alright, let's ask him about his indecision, I guess. Call me crazy, but I think I know why you'd rather close the door on the past. You say it was no big deal, but parting with your old crew was the most important moment of your life. It certainly wasn't another Tuesday. I think you're spouting nonsense because you have no idea what you're talking about. How about that? Believe it or not, I consulted one of Sanctus's top think tanks for this. So I'm inclined to agree that rumors about you being a former Nomad leader are true. And given the challenges faced by Nomad groups everywhere, you had to make some scathing decisions. While the tough calls took their toll until you couldn't take it anymore. AG listened quietly, both disinterest and slight annoyance painted on his face. I hate to say this, but everyone folds under pressure. Everyone. Eventually you did too, so you left your commune to search for the meaning of life or whatever. That was right before we met. The rest is history. Revisionist history, more like it. I'd like to say history is written by the victors, but there are no winners in this conversation. We're both wasting our time. I suppose history can be written by nosy little pricks as well. Maybe the face-stabbing, knife-flipping alcoholic consultant might have made a wrong assessment. Imagine that. Well, at least he didn't throw us out. You got anything else to say? Can't be in a talking mood after that long conversation. I shouldn't push my luck. Boss, where are you going? AG seemingly stormed out of the bar, drawing the attention of the customers, if only for a short moment. AG, our conversation must have been tough on him. I've never been in a position to decide who lives or dies, but I understand how it feels to be hounded by bad memories. Was I too hard on him? Well, he's storming out. Maybe we could follow him. Boss, he looked really down. I've never seen him that way before. I'm sorry. Did you two have an argument? No, it's nothing. Forget about what I said. Okay. Oh, well, I guess we can't leave. Let's talk to the patrons again, I guess. Or maybe back here? The mysterious corner of the Empyrean. Who knows what I could find in there? This could be my only chance to snoop around and learn about AG's secrets. But should I? If he ever finds out, I'll never hear the end of it. Enter. Duh. It's a risk I have to take. If I'm to convince Edgy to... Edgy. He's edgy. He's got the full emo hair. He's dyed his hair like a streak of red, and like is wearing black eyeliner and a jacket with just way too many belts. It's a risk I have to take. If I'm gonna convince AG to join me, then I'll need leverage. Hopefully I can find something in there that'll give me an edge. I gotta do it without being caught, though. I have to be quick and find out as much as I can before AG comes back. The restroom's this way, right? Hey, you ask loud enough for everyone else to hear. Master, that's not... You went through the curtain in a hurry, pretending not to hear Ayami's warning. Oh, Ayami's warning. Ayami's warning. This is the end of the demo. Thank you for playing. Oh wow! When I said we were gonna finish up Exogenesis, I wasn't kidding. That's really, really promising, honestly. I can't believe I got stuck a couple times there, but that was really promising. I really enjoyed it. I'll have to see if I can, like, mail one of the devs or something about that. I actually mailed the person, or I sent a Tumblr message to the person who did Romance and Dudes, and told them that I really enjoyed it, because I'm honestly excited for when that one comes out. That was a lot of fun. So now that we're done with Exogenesis, we're down to our last 2 VNs. What we have left is the Tomorrow's Theory and Asagao Academy. Now, I'm going to do the Tomorrow's Theory, rather. Serious time over. I gotta tweet this out so that people who were avoiding this because it was too serious, they can come in now. Serious time over. We're playing the Tomorrow's Theory now. So, what we have left, or what I have left in the docket so far, is the Tomorrow's Theory and Asagao Academy. So, I think what I'm going to do for Asagao is I'm going to delete my save file. Well, I'm gonna like take a picture of all my how far I've gotten on my save and then I'm gonna delete my save, and then play through all the things that I've already done, and then we're gonna go for the completionist ending on tomorrow, or not Tomorrow's Theory, on Asagao Academy. I think that's gonna be our big project to let me find some more VNs. So let me open up my dashboard and change my game here. Just give me a moment. Give me a sec. The Twitch app is different now, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Settings. Oh, hey, that's nice. That's not what I'm looking for, though. How do I change my dashboard? Question of the day. Oh, and my stream is freaking out. Hang on, I'm gonna put up the BRB just so you guys don't have to sit here and look at me looking down at my phone. I'm just gonna open it. I'm just gonna open it on the computer because I don't want to futz with it. He said, and then tried to open a new Chrome window, and then Chrome became an unhappy. Hello. Yes, hello. I would like to have a new window, please. Oh, there we go. That works. Anyway, fingers crossed that the person I have in mind to host after I'm done is streaming, because is going to stream today, because that'd be nice, actually. So I need to edit the stream title. I think the Tomorrow's Theory is time travel, so we should do a time travel themed name. Now I'm out of puns. I don't know, man. Let's just say it's we're reading tomorrow today, maybe. We're reading tomorrow today. Find out if the game's in the database. The Tomorrow's Theory. Oh, it's not a supported game. Games and demos, I guess. Fine, if you're gonna be particular. Alright, so I'm gonna start up the Tomorrow's Theory, and then we're gonna have ourselves a time with it. Oh, I should tell Fight Club that I'm streaming right now. Speaking of Fight Club, like I've actually been writing off and on in my spare time. And I just recently wrote a thing about my character from Fight Club graduating from Asagao, and that was the last thing I decided that I was gonna write about that Aaron. Oh, okay. Wow, this is a differently sized one. Just a second. I'm gonna tell Boxing Club that I'm streaming, and so that if they want to drop by, they can. Just because I like having people in chat, you know? Okay, so let me, first of all, set up the capture to catch the tomorrow's theory. Okay. And then we'll turn off the BRB and bring down the in-game audio a little bit. Hey, text speed, music volume. Chill. Thank you. Alright, the tomorrow's theory by Alexander Lagrafeuille. Thanks to Jeffrey Lambinet, Trioche on Lorraine, and everyone. A visual novel powered by RenPy with Python. Wonderful. Alright, so now that the menu music is looped, let's start. Alexander Lagrafeuille. This is a story of my own. Please do not replicate this game for a future personal or commercial use. Okay. One day I was at home, taking a rest, while I saw my neighbor on the opposite side of the window. Indeed, it seemed like he was slowly rolling up a rope, but he didn't notice me on this foggy winter day. I wonder what he's planning to do, I said to myself. I never really had dialogue with him. He was just a cold man living in the suburb of Redmond, just like me. We were neither friends nor acquaintances, but this day I was feeling strangely interested in knowing what was happening in his brain. I had got a few pieces of information thanks to Mrs. Dormley, though. My other neighbor. She was living in a luxurious house next to mine. She was pretty old. I'd say around 80, as she never told me her age, even though we hung out with one another more than a few times. This is really strangely written. I don't know how I feel about it. She was really kind and cooked me lots of different foods. I enjoyed spending time with her as a part... Excuse me? I enjoyed spending time with her as a part my wife? Okay, this sentence just doesn't even make any sense, even in the context that it's in. I didn't have many friends. I lost them after graduation, but I wasn't so disappointed since I had also met the only person I really loved, Jeanette. I don't know what he meant there. I got really good at trying to pick meaning out of strangely formatted sentences in trying to do audiobooks, but no. His family and my family were both from Oregon, so we had a chance to meet them regularly. My father's from Oregon while my mother is Japanese. Her name is Harukana, so I'm called Liam Shepard Harukana. And so one day, Mrs. Dormley, half drunk, had told me terrifying things about this man. It wasn't the fact that he was asocial, but that he was crazy about human corpses. She also explained to me that he was the kind of guy who had been an involved member of a sectarian group. My life with my wife hadn't gotten worse since we got married 7 years ago, but I was beginning to feel exhausted. I had such a tiring job. This just jumps from like, oh, I'm talking about my neighbor. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, that. Like, this is odd. I don't know how I feel about it. That's why I was alone on this day. I had taken 1 week of holiday in order to relax and think of myself. My wife and I worked in the same firm, but we didn't have the same job. She was a simple employee, while I had become the director of the research and development branch of Microsoft in Redmond. I thought I could go to my neighbor's house and meet him, but that was a little risky. What should I do? We could go to Mrs. Dormley's house, we could go to the neighbor's house, say where I am, eat a sandwich, enter my neighbor's house by opening the door behind the garbage. Let's eat a sandwich. Okay, we eat the sandwich. And we got the stupid end. Okay, yeah. Alright. Okay. Let's stay where I am. Nothing else to do on this bright day. Lazy end. Gee, thanks. Real nice. Okay. Let's go to Mrs. Dormley's house. I knocked at Mrs. Dormley's house's door, but she wasn't there. I came back and asked me all sorts of questions about this weird man. I don't know. I don't know what they meant. But it was pointless. They couldn't be fulfilled this way. Wrong end. Oh boy, thank you. So many endings, so very quick. I guess we go to the neighbor's house? I have to check this out. Someone messed with a rope like that. It wasn't something funny at all. I arrived in front of the door and knocked at it. The first time there was no answer, but after some time waiting, with the cold wind thrashing me on the back, the door finally opened. The strange man and his powerful voice welcomed me.
Hi, Lion. Please enter. I'll make some tea in the kitchen. Take a seat.
That's not a powerful voice. It had voice though. And when he said powerful voice, my brain went, "Hi, Liam. Please enter. I'll make some tea in the kitchen. Take a seat." Well, thank you. How did he learn my name? He was such a silly guy. I decided not to follow what he said and began to walk to the first floor. I wanted to check if anything was in this dark place was suspicious.
Hey, Lion. What are you doing over there?
I can barely hear the voice acting. You need to fix that, developer, because the voice is at maximum right now. Anyway. Hey, Liam, what are you doing over there? Oh, shoot! There was nothing in there, so I got back to the living room.
I've finished making some tea.
Okay, I'm hurrying.
Hey.
When I arrived in the living room, I saw traces of blood and immediately began to panic. Panic with a K. Perhaps it all was true. He might have been a serial killer, or even worse. However, it was still very peaceful. There seemed to be there didn't seem to be any reason to worry about anything. I tried to convince myself that I'd just seen some like red sauce, maybe some ketchup or something. I don't know.
Hey, Lion. Why do you come here today? I think this is the first time something like that happens since
I can barely hear this guy's voice.
Please tell me about you while drinking tea.
Good heavens! Like you stop the music so I can hear him. Maybe just like bring it a little higher in the master, please. Like, I'm a little tempted to open this and fix it myself, but I deleted my Python IDE because I didn't want to have it sitting there. I needed space. Anyway. Hey, Liam, why did you come here today? I think this is the first time something like that's happened since I've been here. We haven't met yet. Please tell me about you while you drink your tea. I took the cup of tea that was disposed on the front table. Actually, I wanted to meet you. What is your job, anyway? I'm a trucker. Well, that's great. And what about your family? I'm gonna be straight with you guys. This does not seem like a very good VN. It's a little difficult to read, and I can't hear, like, there's clearly voice acting, and I can't hear it. It's not loud enough, and like all these backgrounds seem like stock photos, and I'm pretty sure that sprite is a stock photo of a guy just like, ha! I don't wanna be really negative about this, but we're not gonna play this game. Yes, I do want to quit. I've had my fill. We'll just go play Asagao. Oh man. Oh, we're just gonna play Asagao. You know what? We're gonna do a route. We're gonna continue the continue route. We're gonna continue the continue route. Ah! Well, once Asagao opens, but I need to change the what's the word I'm looking for? I need to change my stream title and whatnot, don't I? If I can open another Chrome window, please, if I could. That would be lovely. Hello. Mild annoyance. Chrome. Is my computer just real unhappy with me right now? I think it's peculiarly unhappy right now. Because I'm clicking on things and absolutely not a darn thing is happening. So, you know, that's always a good time. Oop, Osagao opened. That's always a good sign. Except it's not capturing Osagao. Excuse me, sir. Capture Osagao Academy, thank you. There we are. Osagao. So while I open the Twitch chat or while I open the thing, my Twitch dashboard and change my game title and all that, you guys can listen to the wonderful stylings of Say a Pimp on the Osagao theme. I love this game. Like, I don't know if I've ever mentioned that, but I genuinely enjoy playing this game. I wish I knew the words. That would make it a little easier to sing. Isn't that wonderful music? I honestly do. I enjoyed the theme.
Asagao Academy. Normal
That's
Boots Club.
Luke at Tate. That was Luke. Say hello. Alright, so instead of deleting all my saves, I guess, since we have to do this on stream and everything, we'll just start the game and do the continue route. Can I just... I'm a little tempted to just skip the skip a good portion of chapter 1, but also I actually kind of like reading chapter 1. Like, yes, everyone reads chapter 1 ad nauseum, but oh well. The train made its way along the gentle curve of the coast of Japan, whisking me farther and farther from home. Across from me sat a boy, face half buried in a newspaper. He was deeply entranced in whatever article he was reading and hadn't spoken a single word to me, even when I asked if I could join him in the last compartment with even when I asked if I could join him in the last compartment with any available space. He shrugged, nodded, and adjusted his newspaper without ever making eye contact. It'd been almost an hour, in fact, and he hadn't once looked at me. Devoid of conversation, I took instead to counting the buttons on the pretentiously lush carmine seat cushions. 1, 2, 3, 21, 22, and so forth, over and over. Now and again I turned to look out the window where the trees were blurring by. Sometimes the smeared green would break and reveal the quiet blue of the Sea of Japan. Eventually, this rapidity made my stomach churn, and I went back to counting the buttons on the seat cushions. Are there actually buttons on the seat cushions in the back? Like, I'm leaning in to try and see them, and there aren't. That's a little weird. I don't know, like, just... I could talk for a solid hour about just great things about Asagao, and I still haven't even, like, fully completed the game, you know? 1, 2, 3... The train compartment shuddered around us. My eyes wandered to the boy and his jacket. It wasn't the school-issued blue that I and the other students on the train were wearing. Instead, it was a green varsity-like jacket with an embroidered patch poorly sewn on the front.
Hmm.
So you're a first year then? He folded his newspaper neatly, set it in his lap, and looked at me with a half-interested gaze. Did he just catch me staring? Now that the paper was gone, I saw his face, and he watched me through heavy-lidded eyes. His hair was immaculately groomed, his teeth straight and blindingly bright. There was something about him, the way the light hit him, that made him look like he was almost sparkling. Me? He glanced around the compartment empty besides us and laughed. Oh, no, I'm not a first year. I'm a third year. I'm a little tempted to. I hate that I hate that I had this idea now that I've deleted the Python thing, but I'm a little tempted to like open up the game and see like. I asked Kara about it. One of the writers, you know, Cheratomo, I'd mentioned it in stream. I'm like, oh, I was thinking about opening this up and see what's in there. And she's like, good luck. It's terribly coded. I was like, oh, okay. But, like, I'm a little tempted to, like, re-download, like, or maybe I can just configure NetBeans to use Python. But I'm a little tempted to, like, open up this game and not only just see what's in there, but, like, add more to it. I know that's kind of frowned upon. Like, I think one of the terms of service when you... Like, one of the terms of buying this game is, like, hey, don't mod it. But I'd be interested to see, like, if people wanted to mod in, like, a whole... like, self-insert club route. That'd be really cool, actually. And, I mean, like, obviously the time has come and gone for that, I think. You know, I'm no fool. I know that Asagao is not the most popular game anymore. But there's still people making Asagao stuff. And I make Asagao. I write some Asagao stuff myself. So, like, if the interest is still there, like, it'd be nice. It'd be a good exercise in me learning Python, you know? But that's just an idea. Anyway, continuing on. The train began to slow, metal wheels groaning against metal tracks. The sudden shift threatened to rob me of whatever was left in my stomach, but I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, willing myself to keep it together. What kind of impression would I leave puking on a student before I even arrived at the academy? The boy frowned at me, and I picked at the hem of my cotton skirt. That's not possible. I've never seen you before. That's a terrible pro, Jared. I'm sorry. That's not possible. I've never seen you before. It took me a moment of mouth fishing to find a response. Is that the Fight Club saying something? Question of the day. My phone just went off. I bet you it's Fight Club saying things. It is Fight Club saying things. It's because I'm a transfer student? He laughed again. A transfer student, huh? We don't get many of those. I removed my acceptance letter from the front pocket of my uniform. He said, and then went to fetch something that looks a little bit like the acceptance letter again, even though I've done this bit like 3 times now. It's actually in like a folder at this point, because I cleaned my room. Where is it? No, that won't do. I removed my acceptance letter from the front pocket of this folder. The paper, heavyweight and off-white, had accumulated creases. It has in fact accumulated creases from my reading and rereading, as if the words might have changed since the last time I read it. The boy took it, studied it, and then handed it back to me.
I'll see you around.
Well then, hon, I suppose I'll be seeing you around. He smiled at me as he picked up the suitcase lying next to him. Now I gotta put this folder back. I miscalculated a tad. What's this? Oh, music that I probably shouldn't have. Oops. Oh, I should probably get that back to Dr. Wint. Oh, even despite having cleaned my room, there is still chaos within the order, everyone. But what else would you expect from me? You know? He smiled at me. We already read that. By the time I hiccuped a response, he was already gone from the compartment. I stared out into the empty hallway of the train. It was then that I realized he, having gotten it from my acceptance letter, knew my name, and I never got his. Actually, I think I have a save that just skips all of chapter 1. This one. Yes. Oh shoot, this doesn't have the route I want. Oops. We're gonna load a different save, I guess. Day 2. What is this on a route already? Is this what is this on a route already, or is this? I think this is still in chapter 1. Excuse me.
What?
Your nose will melt off if you stare at Jared too long. Yes, this is still in chapter 1. I think. That's Shane. Let's try talking to Shane. And then we've already talked about talking to Shane. Is this before or after we say hello to the continue guys? So then we have the ice cream incident, and then we talk to the weird teacher, and then we talk to Paul for a little bit. I think we picked Jared earlier in this save, maybe. We'll find out. Really, really organized. We'll save course because we love PVG. And then we'll talk to Gerard and agree to his campus tour. And then we run into some hidden block guys. And then we run into creeps. And then Jared and Mai have a moment, and Jared shows off his modeling pictures, and we swoon a little bit. And then lunch. And we talk about cookies with Gerard, and then we find Dumbledoom's revenge. And then we feel sad feels about our dad, and then Joshua Lena happens. And then we talk to Shane some more, and then we talk to John, who's not in normal boots anymore. And we talk to PVG for a little while longer, and then there's a cute CG between Mai and Hana, and then Jared and Paul argue, and then we pick Paul this time because we want the continue route. Paul's from continue. Student government.
I know that's right.
See you, Jared. Oh, we gotta give him a politician voice. Oh man. Cause I obviously can't do a Paul voice. That's not something I can do. I'm trying to think of something like, maybe you can just do that like King voice from the other the VN whose name escapes me. Shoot. It's the one with the time the Chronotopia, that's what it's called. I was blanking on it. We could just do the King voice from Chronotopia. See, Jared, I told you. The students want representation, and I will give it to them. That's not the same voice, but it'll work. You made the right choice, Hana. You're gonna vote for me, right? He gave me a huge grin, and I nodded. Part of me felt like if I didn't vote for him, a puppy somewhere would die. Jared, on the other hand, looked irked, and guilt rammed my stomach. Hana, please come to the fashion show. I already gave you a ticket, right? Hopefully it'll change your mind. It was amazing that they even cared what I thought. Hana's usually right about these things. You should listen to her. Mai patted me on the back and I jumped. I honestly had forgotten she was there. Yeah, I did too, don't worry. Because I couldn't tell where we were for a little bit there. Hey! PBG saying adventure. Kai just sent me a YouTube link. I'll watch that after the stream. I bet you it's either something really interesting or just a really just terrible meme, because those are the only two things Kai ever sends me when it comes to links. Like, I'm the type of guy who just vomits links at people, just constantly like, check out this neat thing, check out this neat thing, I found this funny meme, oh, another funny meme, check out this neat thing. You know, I'm constantly throwing links at people, and a couple of my friends have been a little fed up about it. They're like, quit sending me links, bro, I can't click all these. So when Kai sends me a link, it's usually a pretty choice click. Anyway, Jared looked at Mai, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure, Mai? Don't you have your own opinion? Why'd he bother to ask? Well, if I'm being honest, I care more about the fashion show. I go to the election because I have to, but I go to the school because I want to. Or I go to the show because I want to, rather. It raises a lot of money for the school. Thank you. I need to come up with a different voice for Paul, because it just not... It's too similar to Jared's handsome voice. He gestured dramatically at Mai as if her opinion sealed the deal. You see? You see? That's because we made it a fundraiser. I don't know. I'll try and do stuff based on his voice lines. Oh, the 5-minute bell already? Class was about to start. Jared nodded to us and walked away. Paul opened his mouth as if to say something more, but evidently thought better of it. He headed after Jared with Nick and Josh, thanking them for their help. Being a year ahead of us, their classes would be on the next floor. Mai began to follow them, but I gently pulled her. Mai began to follow them, but I gently pulled her arm. Our classroom was the other way.
Oh, Jared.
Oh, that's cute. Jared, if you need any help with the show, I'm right here. Her yell and I promise I can speak English. It's actually my first language, believe it or not. Her yell echoed through the emptying hallway. Emptying hallway. Jared, without looking back, raised a hand in acknowledgement, like, yeah, I know, I'm going to class, though. I love that voice clip, just because it very much epitomizes the what she just did. Mai covered her mouth and emitted a skull-piercing squeal. Skull-piercing squeal. Very accurate. Wincing, I dragged her into the classroom. After the drama that morning, I wasn't sure what to expect at lunch. I dawdled on my own, making up an excuse about copying notes, hoping that whatever tension remained would dissipate while I was gone. When I got to the cafeteria, it seemed that my plan had succeeded.
Hana!
Hana, we saved a spot for you! Get over here! Mai sat at the Normal Boots Club table, looking like she completely belonged. She waited for me to join her. I sat down next to her at the edge of the table, and Josh was across from me. We made eye contact as I sat down, so I nodded slightly to him. He nodded back, and I felt accepted.
Hey.
There's Nick. Paul, Nick, and Josh are from Continue. I forgot their names for a second when we were picking Paul. I was like, wait, Paul is the one in Continue, right? Because I don't watch Continue. And I've been meaning to watch Continue for forever, but I have a giant backlog of other stuff to watch. I did listen to their Goosebumps podcast for a little bit, though. Like, I listened to the Choose Your Own Adventure episodes and then the Monster Blood ones. That was fun. I don't know. That's actually a big inspiration about why... Like, that's a small part of why I started doing VNs, because I'm like, they're reading a Choose Your Adventure book. I like VNs. Those are Choose Your Own Adventure books. I don't know, I've mentioned it before, but, like, email me if you have Choose Your Own Adventure books that you just want to mail to me, because I will definitely read them on stream. Like, I'm not gonna go out and buy them or anything, but, like, if you have Choose Your Own Adventure books, I would love to sit here and read them. It's the same kind of general idea. Also, I'm not sure if Choose Your Own Adventure books are on Kindle. It would be super nice if they were, though. Because, like, then you could just be like, oh, turn to this page, and then there's just a link that leads to the next thing. It'd be lovely. Anyway. Hey, Hannah, how was class?
Hey!
Good, thanks. PBG might have already told you, but we're working together on a project. It's doing pretty well. I'm doing the Is that Gerard back there? And then we have a moment here. In a shy moment of not wanting to look Nick in the eye, I glanced to the side and saw Gerard in the back of the cafeteria with someone I didn't know. Everyone turned to look. He's probably doing some trading. Satch waved a hand. So I borrowed a new drawing tablet the other day, hoping I could use it to make plans for my machine, and Satch changed the subject and everyone started talking about that. I, however, kept my concentration on Gerard, who was holding a small figure, and it was the same with the girl he was talking to. Were those what they were trading? Those are itty-bitty kitties. They're really popular right now. I'm surprised you don't recognize them. They're kitty figures of all different shapes and colors. I have a few myself.
Uh-huh.
You know me, I'm hip to the know about these things. They're pretty cute, but kind of a little girl thing. She shrugged. Gerard is known as the completionist around here, and every time a new thing gets popular, he collects them all. I've never seen his collections, but I've heard they're pretty impressive. You have to be a dedicated person to do something like that. The completionist? Is that why he was so thorough when he was giving me a tour? A tour. IBK's the thing right now, and, well, last year too. I think in first year there were a lot of people collecting silly slimy snakes, but that got old fast. Teachers didn't like everything coated in a thin layer of slime. I still have one in my room, though. Or our room, rather. I can show you sometime. Jared tapped mine on the shoulder, and she whirled around, hitting me in the face with her hair like... Goodness gracious. Yes? I wanted to thank you for this morning. Oh, no, it was nothing. Definitely, I mean it. As Jared and I spoke, even though... although I guess smoke would work there. There's probably smoke coming out of my ears in surprise. As Jared and I spoke... why am I having trouble with the word spoke today? Jeez. As Jared and I spoke, my eyes went back to Gerard's exchange. The girl pulled the second figure out of her backpack and held both of them up. Gerard inspected it and shook his head. She pulled another one out, sadly this time, and Gerard's face lit up. He held out his figure and they swapped. How bittersweet. Letting go of something you love to get something you could potentially love more. What do you think, Hana? My attention was pulled away. I hadn't been listening to the conversation. Yes or no? I really wish we would eventually know what was going on here. Maybe we will with Kara's Osagao stream coming. Well, anyway, we'll say yes. Interesting. Mike gave me a skeptical glance, then turned away. I bowed my head in apology and took one last quick look at the intriguing trade happening. The girl had left, and Gerard was now talking to a boy with a messy appearance who made exaggerated hand motions. It looked like he just got out of bed. Was this another trade?
All right.
So, official announcement in case you haven't heard, we're having a crash in the game. Excuse me? What's going on? I'm a little curious, actually. What is this? So you guys can see this, right? I think this is actually a pretty common bug. File, game scripts, day 1, or chapter 1, day 6, RPY, line 261 in that script. Exception transition animation at 158F470. Dot render, must return a render. So, apparently what's crashed here, what caused this crash was there's a transition animation that calls a render function, and it didn't have a render function, so then it's just like, okay, roll back, yeah, nice, thank you.
All right.
Alright, cool. Still, I don't know how often I've run into that, and I wonder why that's come up. if anyone has any insight, I think I actually ran into this bug the first time I played Asagao too, when I was playing for PBG's route. I think. If it wasn't that bug, it was a similar one. Anyway. Official announcement in case you haven't heard. We're having a competition tomorrow. Just a little casual something to get us ready for the tournament.
Yeah! Finally! We've been planning this one since last year's.
Think highly we're not going to run into John very much, because his voice makes my throat hate me. My attention to snap back to the conversation happening in front of me. Was this what PBG was talking about yesterday? Hana, Mai, you're invited if you'd like to come. Either way is fine, but let me know so I can plan. How does it work? It's a little thing, some lighthearted fun to start off the new year. Actually, I think we've... Oh, skip. You know, we've seen this bit about where we almost steal the normal boots, and then Shane gets real mad, and then we head over here and play Smash Bros. With the normal boots guys. Sorry, I got bored, because I've read Chapter 1 like a billion times. So then we kick PBG's butt at Smash Bros, and then we see PBG out on the soccer field, and then we run into Shane and talk to him and Gerard for a little bit about Itty Bitty Kitties, I think. Then Mai's like, I'm worried because, like, you made friends with them, and I've been trying this whole time, and Jared hasn't even noticed me, and it's like, wow, am I just there because you're there? And it's like, no, Mai, they're your friends too, dude. And then Mai gets all happy, and then we talk to John, and Hana has some feely-feels and misunderstands some things, and Satch saves her butt in the library. Oh no, this is when we have feely-feels and misunderstand some things. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll go see you. And then we're in the... Yeah, this is when we have feely-feels, and then we show up, and John's like, hey, you want to be a tree? And we're like, that's dumb! And then we get all, like, sad and introspective for a little bit, and then Hana pulls us out of that, and then we talk to Ian for a little bit, and then we say that we get really enthusiastic about wanting to join the normal boots. I wouldn't want to join if I dragged them down, but I'm sure it sounds like fun. Yeah, that's the spirit. And then we in class, and then Shane, and then Ian brings us to the normal boots room, and we're like, wow, thank you for letting me try. And then we have strategy as always, and that's the best. I love strategy as always. It's probably one of the better moments in Chapter 1. So anyway, let's pick Paul.
Oh.
I've decided to ask Paul. I burst into laughter. Oh, that's not the laughing sprite, but it works. She's like shocked laughter. I love it. Paul? The one who constantly leads you to the most embarrassing situations of your life? Well, it's not just him who does it. I knew you were Latin for punishment. Well, go on.
What?
What?
Uh-huh.
Go on and get your man. Wait, you mean now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mai hit me on the back and practically shoved me towards the door. As I began to leave, my leg is turning to jelly. Small pink blobs filled my vision. This is adorable. Like, seriously. I can't, every time I read this, it's just too cute. What? Go! Mai was tossing cherry blossom petals over my head. Go get Senpai to notice you. Mai beamed at me.
Yeah.
No time to talk, Hana. This is gonna be your big day. You're a main character. Unless you mess up real bad, you're definitely gonna get a good answer. I've messed up a lot though. Just go! With a final shove, I was out the door. Now, where would I find him? I wandered around Asagao for a full hour, absolutely clueless as to where I would find a single member of Continue. They were always off doing somewhere. They were always off somewhere doing something. Always getting down to shenanigans or setting up some kind of plot. Even when someone saw them in the library or the cafeteria, they were gone by the time I went to check. It seemed like a wild goose chase. Eventually, I crawled up to the 4th floor of Asagao, acting as if I was checking my locker for something. I rested my head on the cool metal surface. How was a girl to find them?
Hana!
Hey, Hana, are you... Ah! Paul stood behind me, visibly surprised. Are you alright? Yeah, no, I'm fine. What did you need? You're going to the flower festival, right? It's a good opportunity to get to know Higanbana. Small towns like this aren't really my thing, but it's got a good bit of history behind it. It might help you feel more at home. I heard Higanbana was steeped in culture and traditions. Steeped? Oh! That's not bad, honestly. It's what it says on the tin. It's caramel apple. And I mean, like, that's not awful. It actually just tastes like I just like strained an apple. It just tastes a lot like apple cider or apple juice or something. Not a bad tea. Anyway, I heard Higanbana was I heard Higanbana was steeped in culture and traditions, but it seemed like Asagao Academy students were changing the dynamic of the town quite a bit. Even for the flower festival, it was custom to give someone a flower to ask them to go with you. But clearly nobody did that anymore. I twisted my hands. If Paul was bringing it up, was he asking me, or... I had come to ask him, but he was bringing it up in a friendly fashion. Maybe he didn't see me that way. I think so. Maybe with Mai if she doesn't get a date. Oh, you aren't going with anyone? Me neither.
Really?
Really now? My throat tightened. So he was planning on asking me? Was this his way of letting me know I could ask if I was interested, or was he making casual conversation?
Well...
Yep. I'm not too bummed about it, though. I've been every year, and it usually doesn't turn out too well. For the girl, at least. I have a great time. Oh? Why's that? I don't actually know. Maybe it was the wrong person, or maybe I had something stuck in my teeth. Every year... I had no idea what he was trying to accomplish. Well, I came here to ask him to the festival, and I might as well try. Actually, now that you brought it up, I thought it might be cool if I could go with you this year. I winced. There it was. I did it. Good job, Anna. Paul seemed visibly taken aback, even a bit confused.
Really?
Really? Even after I told you what the last ones I went to?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You've been really nice to me since I got here. I managed to make friends with everyone, primarily because of you anyway. It would mean a lot to me if you'd attend the first flower festival with me. I can't speak English. Those aren't even they're the right words and they're in the wrong order. That's everyone's favorite thing. Beautiful. In that case, of course I'll go. I didn't know you rated my stupid little acts of kindness so highly. Especially considering they were kinda usually to make up for unintentional harm. I hope it goes better than the last few years did. Don't worry, I'm sure it will.
Alright.
Alright, so we'll pick you up tomorrow night? Sounds fine to me. Wait, did he say we? I looked at his eager eyes and bright smile. Oh, nah, it was probably just a slip of the tongue.
See ya.
See you then. See you then, rather. Inflection is weird. I woke up late the next morning, the day of the flower festival. I was buzzing with anticipation, but because of that, it took me forever to wake up. Now it was almost noon, and I was rubbing my eyes as I arose.
Hana,
Oh, that was cute. Run that by me again.
Hana.
That's cute. puts that as my ringtone. Someone's just like, did your phone just whisper at you? Hey there, sleepyhead. Good morning. You slept even later than I did. That's impressive, Hana. I sat up in bed and something on the edge of my desk caught my eye.
Hey,
Hey, what's that?
I don't know.
Oh, that? It's a letter for you. It came in the mail this morning, so I just said it. I scrambled out of bed and into my desk chair. I just about fell flat on my face. But it was worth it. Did it for the meme. Oh, scrambling into my desk chair, I ripped open the letter. Whoa, jeez, calm down, it's not going anywhere. Turning away from her, I started to read. Little Blossom, how have you been doing these past few weeks? I'm sorry I haven't found the time to write. Your pa's been working hard lately, and I seem to go right to sleep when I get home. I know things were difficult for you here, and I hope that you're having a better time where you are now. It isn't the same without you here. I miss your cheeriness and watching TV with you, and most of all your pink hair bobbing around the kitchen. Hana, I know you feel bad about the pressure this must be putting on me, but don't. I do this because I love you. There's nothing I want more in this world than your happiness. I miss you, Hana. Be strong. Your Papa. My hands trembled and tears filled my eyes. I hadn't written to him since arriving in Asagao. As many times a day as he crossed my mind, I've been busy with other things. He must be worried sick, and from the sound of things, he was also depressed. I missed my father, and I missed my home. I missed helping him. If I wasn't around to cook him breakfast, he almost never ate. He kept saying it was fine, but he was getting older. Without Mom there to take care of him. Hana? Are you okay? I wiped my eyes on my sleeve. Yeah, I'm fine. I just miss my dad. I picked up a pencil and paper and began to write, trying hard to block out the tears. Eventually, Mai turned to her own work and let me be. Give me a minute, there's one last drink of this. Dad, I'm doing really great here. This has been the best change of my life. I have a best friend. I might join a club. I even have a date. You sacrificed so much to bring me here. I know I hardly gave you any choice with the way things were going. I was spoiled and ungrateful, but you always did whatever was necessary for me. I miss you so much, but thank you. I know this was a huge sacrifice. Please eat well and take care of yourself. Remember, 2 glasses of water in the morning and 1 before bed. And have breakfast. Scrambled eggs are easy to make. Draw a smiley face on them and ketchup, just like I would if I were there. I'll send my love through that, so make sure you do it. I miss you. And tell Mom happy birthday. Mai chuckled as she watched me nervously adjust my hair in front of the mirror. I love Mai's yukata. It's adorable. I just love her. I love her yukata sprite. It's cute. Look how adorable. Hana, you look so cute. You have nothing to worry about. I guess so, but I've never been on a date, so. And you picked Palm as your first. She snorted, applying an extra dash of gloss to her lips. He's nice and reliable, even if things get really crazy when he's around. I feel like I can always count on him to make things better. Well, he's no Jared, but I wish you luck. If you've fallen for the president, then there's no way I'm gonna hold you back. Fallen? She winked at me. No, then you're going with him platonically. Well...
Bingo.
I thought so. She hummed happily to herself, but a horrible thought occurred to me. Something that I hadn't considered until just now. Did Paul know I intended it to be a date? I twisted my yukata in my hands and then glanced out our window. The lights of the festival glistened in the distance, and small groups of people traveled the grounds towards it. Of course he knew it was a date. Paul wasn't stupid. Sure, he was a boy, but I mean, he must have picked up on it, right? I think I see him coming. I flew to the mirror to double check myself just one more time. Still decent enough. Actually, I'm gonna check my hair. Just for immersion's sake. If my hair would actually stay put, I would like it. But no, I like brush it to where it needs to be, and then it's like, hey, bro, you wanted me to make you look super emo, right? I'm like, no, don't do that. You better tell me everything when you get back. I will, promise. And with that, I was out the door. I shuffled nervously down the hallway. It was difficult to walk in my yukata. The fabric restricted the movement of my legs, and my sandals tried to jump off my feet at every turn. I made it to the first floor and pushed open the door nervously.
Whoa!
Whoa, Hana!
Hello.
Guys! Hana, you look
Hey!
amazing, really good. I don't know about Josh's voice. Nick is gonna obviously be like, yeah, wow, cool. Josh shot Nick a glare, but Nick didn't seem to notice. Thanks, fancy meeting you here? Paul chilled. It'll be nice to go as a group for once. These two were more than up for spending the festival with you. This sounds so much like Jared's voice. I hate it. I don't know what he's talking about. That's not Josh's voice at all. But I'm gonna give him a nosy voice because that's the face he has on. He's like, oh. Josh kicked the ground and Nick rubbed his neck sheepishly. I swallowed. Yeah, this'll be fun. I was looking forward to it all day. My throat tightened. Smile, Hana, smile. This was fine, too. So he didn't realize it was a date. Who cared? I was still spending the festival with him and Josh and Nick were sides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this'll be fun. So where are we going? I want to take you to the game booth. There's this stall that sells great cakes. Well, there's a bonfire every year. The three stopped and stared at each other. So why not just do everything? I bit my lip. Mai told me at the very end of the festival, everyone gathered around the bonfire and celebrated with a traditional flower blooming dance. Something that was specific to Higginbana. It sounded fascinating and romantic, and that's what I wanted to do most of all. But I looked from Nick to Paul to Josh, and my heart sunk. There was no way it was going to be possible. Not with all three of them. No, for the good of the festival, it was my sworn duty to tucker them out before the dance came to pass. I set my chin, staring straight at them. Bring it on! 3 separate hands grabbed my wrist, and like that, I was dragged across the campus and into the neighboring fields of Higginbana. Higginbana really was a nice, quaint little town. Primarily the home of the families who owned farms responsible for Asuka's fresh food supply and a healthy population of retirees, there was no need to stir up trouble or have gangs roam the streets. If anything, judging from the way the townspeople passed from group to group, the most deadly thing they ever did was gossip. Maybe eat fried cheesecake. See, they bake the flowers into the cake, and it's totally edible and safe, and just the neatest thing, if you ask me. Maybe I'll give him that kind of like, oh, talk like this. I don't know, maybe. That's better than the nose voice, because I feel like the nose voice just sounds way too snooty. Nick giggled, shooting a look at Paul. Wow, he's excited about flower cakes, isn't it cute?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's the Joshua Lena coming out in him. Is it so hard to believe I can find cakes worth eating? Oh, I don't like that one either. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Josh. You just get a random assortment of voices, that's all. There has to be some kind of good in the world, and I'm almost entirely certain these flower cakes are it. I'm a little tempted to just look up like a video of Continue Talking to try and like pull their voices. Oh, but I also know that my voice, I'm not good at impressions. Oh yeah, sure, definitely. I believe you. Josh has found the light. Josh huffed, crossing his arms. I'm sorry for people who really enjoy like Continue and they like know these three guys really well, because I have hardly any idea who they are. You guys are the real reason I'm like this. He kind of sounds like Big the Cat. But your grumpiness is exactly what everyone loves about you. That's why they tease you so much. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess so. This isn't that bad, I guess. There are worse things. He paused at the entrance to his sacred cake stall, and then he turned to me. What do you want? Pick anything off the menu, I'll get it for you.
Really?
Not only did Hana say really, both of them went, really? You're usually way more stingy than this, Josh. In fact, you still owe me for that coffee 3 weeks ago. Only you would hold that against me. Can I try the green tea Sakura cake? I love green tea. What's Sakura? Question of the day. Let's Google. It's a food, obviously, but what sort of food? Sakura. Food. Sakura food in Japan. Wait a minute. Let's just look up green tea Sakura. Maybe just Sakura is the type of cake. Green tea Sakura. What is Sakura? Sakura is a sweet cherry tea. Oh, Sakura might be just a sweet cherry. So, like, it's a sweet cherry green tea cake. That actually sounds really good. And I hope someone, like, found a recipe for green tea Sakura cakes, because I'd love to make them. Josh pursed his lips and ordered from the old lady at the stall. She smiled kindly at me, and my heart squeezed. She reminded me a little of my mom. She held out the cake with a trembling hand, and Josh gently took it. When he paid her, she looked up at him in surprise. He put a finger to his lips and shook his head. Then he handed my cake to me. Josh, did you just... No, nope, I did nothing. But as we left the stall, the old woman waved joyously at us. The whole time, she hadn't said a word. I bit into the crumbling cake in my palm. Whoa! The cake melted in my mouth, leaving behind a soft perfume and a robust herbal taste. It had a very earthy, natural feel, but in a way that was sweet and delicious, as opposed to, you know, disgustingly healthy, like most subpar green teas. You know, that's actually a point that I've been meaning to make. Like, there's a vast difference between good green tea and really bad green tea. Like, the green tea that, like, you can, like, not to bag on bag tea too much, but, like, there's certain, like, green tea bag tea that's, like, I could be drinking straight alfalfa right now. It's that bad. It's a real bad time. And then you have, like, actual good green tea, where it's, like they said, it's very, like, earthy and natural, but it also has, like, little sweet notes in it, and it's a pleasant experience, especially if you don't steep it for too long. Because, like, the big thing about green tea is, like, a lot of people forget that it's steeping and then they steep it too long. Myself included, you know? Like, you're supposed to only steep it for, like, 2 minutes at most. 2, maybe 3. So, anyway, I need to get, like, an actual good thing green tea other than my Earl Green. Because, like, I love Earl Green, but, like, also I want to have a great, just normal green tea again. I don't know, and I don't want to invest in matcha again. But anyway, I digress I've digressed greatly. Once a year. You could only get this once a year. It's tradition for me.
Are you done? I want to go play the games.
Josh frowned, but he didn't say anything. This time, Nick took the place at my side, skipping happily down the lanes. How any of the boys knew where to go to find what they wanted was beyond me. Every stall looked the same, and the savory smells floating through the air really didn't help my distracted mind.
Here we are, wow!
Why is there a marble under my desk? Nick rounded a corner and I balked. Crane games?
Right?
Right? They're the best!
Nick clapped with glee and pulled out his wallet. I marveled at the fact that the tiny village of Higginbona somehow managed to gather enough power strips for an entire block of crane games, especially on the outskirts of town. He approached a large pink number and pulled out several coins.
Okay, Hannah, I'm gonna need your absolute help. This one's timer goes a little fast, so you're gonna need to stand on the side of the machine. Tell me how far back to push the crane to get that little puppy there.
He pointed a brown, confused-looking puppy. Can you see it yourself?
Yeah, but the glass is warped, so you can't accurately tell your positioning. It's the oldest trick in the book.
I nodded, secretly wondering whether Nick had some kind of gambling habit, and squeezed between the pink machine and another much hotter red one.
Go!
Nick pushed the crane forward and to the left, face almost pressed to the glass.
Where am I?
Go to the right a bit more?
Here?
Further.
Here?
Wait, go back a bit.
We're almost done.
The crane descended, grabbing at the lonely puppy's torso.
It got it.
No, watch. The crane lifted up and the weight of the puppy's giant head pulled him out of the claw. The claw floated back to the hole, dropping nothing as our prize. Well, if you two are done with this riveting performance, again.
Really? Yeah!
Yeah, that's the spirit, Hannah.
In the end, it took Nick $7 to pull the little puppy out of the crane.
Yay!
When it finally dropped into the hole, adrenaline shot through my body and I screamed like a banshee, pulling Nick into a giant hug. It's just a stupid puppy.
Anna.
Hannah, I want it for you.
What?
What was that? What was that inflection? It didn't even sound like... It just sounded like I was saying random words.
I want it for you.
Oh man, I'm glad I cracked myself up because there's nobody in chat to laugh at me right now. Oh man, anyway. What? No, I couldn't.
I couldn't have won it without you. Just take it.
He shoved it into my hands and then took several steps away, taking a sudden but intense interest. Whoa! Speaking of intense interest, my stomach was apparently intensely interested in talking to you guys. Did you hear that? Wow. Excuse me. That was a sure noise.
All right.
All right. To the bonfire, then.
The bonfire was huge, much bigger than I ever expected. Apparently, the whole town gathered together in the weeks before the festival, selecting trees that had already died or were in perilous, potentially harmful positions and cut them down to form this immense fire. I stepped up to it, warming my hands. Now that we were no longer near the stalls, the Apparently the stalls were a moderate distance away from each other, so as to not, potentially kill people. The night chill enclosed us. It was nice to have the fire like a force field, beating the chill back. I see you also enjoy bonfires.
Yeah.
Of course, who doesn't enjoy seeing the awesome, malicious power of fire? I hate the smell. I hate the smell of smoke. Shut up, Josh. I wasn't sure what we were supposed to do by the fire, but it seemed like Paul hadn't really wanted to do anything. Instead, we stood in a circle, talking about the school and the local legend, anything else that popped into our minds. At some point, Josh and Nick found sticks on the ground and started sword fighting, making laser noises with their mouths. Paul and I watched from afar. You're not gonna join them? Not this time. Their duels are a long-running grudge. There's no way I'm getting involved in that. The battle grew more and more heated. Nick broke Josh's stick, and Josh found a much longer, sturdier one, almost like a small log. No longer able to defend himself, Nick acrobatically dodged the stick with a series of complicated flips and twists. It seemed like it should have made it easier for Josh to hit him than harder, but I mean, okay, whatever worked. It wasn't until Nick skirted dirt off the ground and into Josh's eyes that I felt the need to step in. Oh, what the heck, Nick? Okay, guys, let's calm down. Josh hurled his mini-log blindly towards the sound of my voice, and I shrieked. Paul grabbed me and yanked... Wait, no, I shrieked. There we go. Paul grabbed me and yanked me out of the way, so that instead of hitting me, it hit the edge of the bonfire and was set alight. Oh my god, I'm going blind! Why did you... Flames trailed down the log and onto the ground, where the dry grass started to pick it up. Paul! Fire! Oh my god! Fire! Oh my god, fire! Mr. Saitomo, the fourth-year teacher, showed up out of nowhere with a leather jacket and started beating the flames with it. That's the look on his face. Oh wow, that's actually really realistic blinking animation. I like it. Anyway, at some point, Miss Shizuka ran up and kicked the log aside so that it wasn't tracking more flames from the bonfire. Between Mr. Saitomo's jacket flailing and Miss Shizuka's stomping, the fire was quickly put out. I waved the smoke away from my face, and I was still coughing up a storm. Hana? Please? Paul held up his hands in surrender, like, whoa, man, okay. Understood. We're leaving. Nick pulled Josh up by the arm, apologizing softly for getting carried away. And together the four of us headed back to the campus. Nobody seemed particularly bothered by nearly burning down an entire festival and possibly killing hundreds of people. Instead, we stood around in a circle, joking quietly with each other about stupid things. That's friendship. Time passed and my yawns became more and more frequent. Seeing this, Paul clapped his hands together. I think it's about time we head back, don't you guys? Wrapped up in an argument about love triangles in modern romances. I didn't think Nick and Josh even heard him, but the lower half of their bodies sure did, as they turned and walked in the Bluebell house, their eyes never leaving each other's faces. I expected Paul to follow, but instead he dawdled at my side, staring up at the stars. Aren't you gonna head back in with him? Well, while we were going through the festival, it occurred to me that maybe, perhaps, you hadn't wanted me to bring them with me. I laughed half-heartedly, and Paul snapped. Paul did again, didn't I? No. I mean, I had fun anyway. even if this wasn't really the first date I'd thought it'd be. Ooh. I felt stupid for getting so worked up. For getting so worked up. But as flower festivals went, this was certainly one of the better ones I'd had. I mean, it was the only one, but, you know, still. Drums started beating in the distance. The bonfire flickered more than usual, and when I looked, I saw people gathering around it, the beginnings of the traditional dance and swing. I watched them enviously. Oh, jeez, it's almost 7. It's only 7 o'clock. Why am I yawning? There was no way I was going back there now, not after nearly burning down the festival. But that didn't stop me from wanting to join in. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around my waist, another lifting my arm. Aw, that's cute. Look at that CG, that's cute. Paul? Paul chuckled softly, swaying to the beat of the song. It seemed like this was something you wanted to do. Was I right? I nodded, blushing horribly. His hand was warm in mine, and it was incredibly hard not to think about how physically close we were to each other. Not just our faces, but our whole bodies. I'd never been so close to anyone before. Gingerly, I lifted a hand to his shoulder. He smiled when I touched him, gazing deeply into my eyes. I looked away. What were people supposed to do when they were dancing with an attractive person? Just stare at them? It was way too close for comfort. So Nick and Josh are nice. I winced. I threw out the first thing that popped into my mind, desperate for something to allay the sudden tension, but if anything, it made it worse. Paul chuckled again.
Yeah, we've been together for years at this point. They're almost like brothers to me.
Really?
We met in film club back in elementary school.
Your elementary school had a film club?
Yes.
He answered the question with such genuine confusion that I honestly instantly shut up. Different worlds. We lived in different worlds.
Well, first Nick and Josh were friends. I knew them, but we didn't really hang out much. In middle school, Nick and I ended up working on a project together, and the three of us, and my friend Dawn, we were inseparable.
Don?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really close. We made this plan that all four of us would attend Osaka together, and he got in, but long story short, his parents refused to send him. Thought we were bad influences, I guess.
I'm sensing some, nods to, continue lore or something that I'm not catching. Paul shrugged, my hands raising with his shoulders.
But then we all decided to stick together. We wanted to do some film stuff here, but Osaka really lacked support for clubs. That was one of the reasons I wanted to become class president. Right now, they can change the rules for clubs without a backward glance, and clubs have to provide their own funding. Apparently, because our parents are rich, Osaka doesn't have to support our extracurricular needs. Paul rolled his eyes. In the meantime, we started continuing the newspaper and use it for, well, everything, really. Or we did right until the election last year. Now it's more functional than fun, but I guess that's how things go.
So, you guys really want to work with film?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's our big passion. Or I guess we have lots of passions, but that's the big one, more accurately. And that's one of the reasons why the student council presidency is important to me.
Paul jerked his head to the side. I followed his gaze, but he was staring out into the darkness.
Paul.
The drum stopped. The song's over.
I realized that the darkness he was looking at was where the bonfire once stood. They put it out. The festival was over. Paul and I stepped away from each other, and suddenly the cold night air surrounded me, and I shivered.
Hey.
You should get inside. Don't want to catch a cold.
I nodded.
Um,
Thank you for... well, this. I don't think you called it this year.
Really?
Really? Well, then I'm glad. 1 out of 4 ain't so bad, is it?
I shook my head, smiling, and he shooed me inside. Alright, so maybe the Flower Festival wasn't exactly what I thought it would be. Maybe it wasn't my first date, but I had my first dance with a guy, and I had a wonderful time. As I put Nick's plush puppy on my desk, I smiled. I could settle for that. Welcome to Chapter 2. Maya and I were headed up to our classroom early the next morning when I saw Paul stopped in the hallway, staring at the wall. At the sight of him, my heart fluttered. Falling in love by seeing her twerking on the bathroom door, but okay. Hana. I followed my gaze. Ooh, I see how this is. Well, don't mind me. I'll be waiting for you in class. She gave me a wink and a nudge towards Paul. I told you, it wasn't like that. It was a group date. Kind of, except for, a bit at the end.
mm-hmm.
See you later. She disappeared through the staircase door, and I was left staring at the back of Paul's neck.
Hey!
Hey, Paul. Paul jumped and turned around.
Hey.
Hey, Hannah. He sighed and turned back to the wall. Are you okay? You don't seem very happy. Look. I looked over his shoulder at what was on the wall. A neon blue poster proudly proclaimed Space Hamster for President. Small captions underneath read in garish highlighter yellow. Together we'll rocket into space.
What?
Jeff's running for president. Things aren't looking good.
Jeff is president? What would ever possess him to think that was a good idea? Not that Jeff wasn't a great guy. I mean, in all my time knowing him, I had no reason to suggest he wasn't, but it was just that, well, a position of personal responsibility over a large segment of the student population, several of which were complete idiots, and the myriad valid perspectives and differing opinions he had to entertain while making decisions just didn't make any sense. You'll be able to beat him easily, right? I mean, you're outgoing, charismatic, funny. You got all the qualities of a good leader, and I feel like you're a natural politician. Paul chuckled.
Thanks for saying that, but I don't think I can take this lightly. Jeff is a formidable opponent. He might not look it, but he's got a calming presence. When a group of people are confused, they look to him for guidance. He strongly appeals to the youth of this generation.
This generation? You're talking like you're way older than us.
Well... Anyway, I'll definitely have to step up my game if I want to win. Just putting up posters won't be enough. Looks like this is going to be a long battle.
A battle for the hearts and minds of the people. How cool. I beamed at him and he cocked an eyebrow.
Are you teasing me?
What, me? No, I'm just, Okay, alright, fine, I'm teasing you a little bit, but I also really do think it's cool. I'd never be able to run for president. I'm always the person in the background doing weird things like organizing schedules and filing papers and stuff. I'd never be able to stand in front of a crowd and try to get them to trust me. That takes some gusto.
Seriously.
Knowing you, this will be competition to look forward to. Hey. Oh, I forgot to read that. I was like, oh, he roasted her hair. Oh yeah, I must have read that. No, didn't. I patted it back down, glaring at it.
Thanks, Hannah. You cheered me up. You should head to class, though. Can't have you missing class on my account.
Okay, try not to worry too much about it.
I will. I waved to him as I left, but just before I reached the stairwell, I glanced back at him. He was still staring at the poster, moving his neck as though he had a headache. I hoped he wasn't going to stress about it too much. As soon as I took my seat, a familiar shock of red hair and green eyes obstructed my view.
Hannah.
So tell me, how'd it go? Told you there was nothing romantic. He was just worried about Jeff running for president, so...
At the sound of Jeff's name, Ian glanced at us from across the room. I instantly shut up.
What?
Jeff's running for president? Why on earth would he do that?
Ian is giving us a very pointed glare.
Let's not talk about this right now. The important thing is you're overthinking things.
I sighed and then immediately perked back up.
Fine, if you say so. I still think there's some feelings. Think what you want. You're delusional.
We returned to our seats and I got my stuff ready for class, thinking all the while. Delusional. Yeah, I was being delusional. Delusional. I was lying awake in bed that night, for some reason unable to fall asleep. It was one of those times where no matter what I did, something was wrong. It was too hot, it was too cold, pajamas too restrictive. I trailed the rungs of Mai's bed above me with my toes, waiting for a sleep fairy to magically whisk me to her land of slumber. And there came a knock on our door. It was a soft knock, a secretive one, and I sat up quietly, unsure if whether I'd heard it. No, there it was again. I stood and quietly padded over to my door, doing my very best not to wake Mai. I opened the door a hair, peeking out to see who it was. "It's Paul!" An excited Paul stood in the doorway, drumming his hands on his pants like a kid about to go on a roller coaster. I opened the door fully.
Paul.
Paul, what are you doing here? You're gonna be in so much trouble if people find out about this.
Hey.
Hey, Hannah. Paul grabbed my hands and held them to his chest, eyes glittering. I know how I'm going to be Jeff, and you're going to help me. What? He released my hands and began pacing the narrow space in front of my doorway. I pulled the door closed so as to not wake Mai. Seemed like this was gonna take a while. Nick, Josh, and I are all fantastic people. This is something that simply cannot be argued.
Oh, I know that's right.
We're charismatic, charming, destructive. We've got a nice triple hit combo with my guidance, Nick's positive humor, and Josh's dour but hilarious perspective. We're everything people want in friends, but we're not what people want in a leader. Not yet. We need a strategist, a social center, a female perspective. Where could we find these things? How many people could we trust enough to handle our delicate humor? Who wouldn't turn on us the first time we wreaked havoc upon their lives? He whirled to face me, an outstretched finger at my throat.
Oh, no.
That's where you come in.
Paul, I don't know.
You're kind, you're contemplative, you're intelligent. You understand the female perspective, and you bring a new view of life in Osagao that we couldn't share. That and you're mysterious. A transfer student suddenly appearing at a school, a girl with pink hair and access to the school's most popular and influential men. I don't know how you did it, but you've got everyone's eyes on you. My shoulders hunched and I tried to ease them away from my ears. I didn't know about that. Moreover, I didn't want that. I didn't want people's eyes on me.
Paul, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not any of those things. I'd love to help you out with your campaign, but I can't be part of the team. I'd be in the spotlight. I'd be responsible. I'm still new here. It's too much pressure, too much stress. What if I messed up and really hurt somebody? What if I made life worse for people or wasted their time? It's too much for me to handle. I can't. Paul grinned.
I know, right?
That's exactly why we need you, Hana. Don't you see? We need you to level us out. We are altogether too quick to make decisions, too sure of ourselves. I envisioned a flawless, unopposed victory. Even when Jeff first told me he was running, I didn't expect him to gain a following. But today, as I was looking at his posters, I realized two things. First, he's serious about running. And second, the student body really feels like it can make a difference. More of a difference than I had made this past year, that's for sure.
He cast his eyes to the floor for an instant, momentarily sad. I wanted to ask why, but he was already at it. He was already back at it.
So, will you join me?
Sorry, I had to make sure that I really wasn't actually missing out on something with the Tomorrow's Theory, because I thought it was a time travel one, and I was like, oh, even if it started that badly, if it was time travel, I kind of want to go back to it. But I double-checked. It wasn't. It wasn't. And a lot of people... I'm not the only one who thought it was difficult to read, you know. So anyway.
With you, I really think we can do it.
I have to think about it. I have no idea how I feel about it right now. Paul's face fell for a second and then instantly brightened again.
All right.
All right, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the caution and foresight that we as a team require.
Paul, keep your voice down. You'll cause a scandal. He cleared his throat, getting nervously up and down the hall.
Right, anyway, I'm looking forward to hearing your answer. Did you want to know anything else before I left?
Actually, there was a lot to consider here. If I joined, what would I be doing? Trailing after them and cleaning up their messes? Making flyers and the like? Cheering them on? Providing consultations? There was something else I wanted to know. Something that I wasn't sure I had the courage to ask. Was it just for the campaign that he wanted my help? Or was there something more behind it? We'd be able to spend a lot of time together after all. But why did you pick me specifically? Paul cocked his head to the side.
I already told you. Didn't you get it? Your magic, a special four-tailed unicorn, thundering from the heavens to provide our campaign exactly the spice and sustenance it needs. Does that not make sense?
No, it does. He spoke so genuinely, so filled with conviction, that I was left with no doubts. He had absolutely no hidden motives. I smiled bitterly, but honestly, I should have been happy to be valued for something other than romance. It was nice to be useful and helpful. I could actually make a difference in my new home. I tried to tell myself this as I stared at Paul's slippered feet. I was happy about this. To see this as a disappointment would be... well, it'd be short-sighted.
Well...
I'll give it some thought. Paul nodded and clapped me on the back. I shivered.
Thanks, Hana. I look forward to hearing what you have to say soon.
Leave already. More than just your campaign will be in trouble if you get caught here, okay?
All right, see ya.
Right, be seeing you, Hana. Sweet dreams.
I nodded as I watched him stealthily jog down the hall and out of sight. I sighed. No doubt working on the campaign would be fun, and I'd get to spend a lot of time with Paul.
Was I really okay with torturing myself by hanging around a guy who clearly wasn't interested? And could I face my fears of being in the public's eye? I crawled into bed, finally tired enough to sleep. One thing was for sure, I needed Mai's opinion.
Uh-huh.
Sounds perfect to me, Hana.
Mai and I sat at our desks before class next day. I quietly told her about Paul's midnight visit, and Mai, at first ecstatic about the potential for scandalous romance, quickly sobered.
You were looking for a way to make more friends, right? Maybe this is the thing to do.
I guess so. Mai popped a piece of gum into her mouth, the school newspaper open on her desk.
It's just that I don't know if I'm strong enough to be able to handle that. It's clear that he's not interested in me, and I don't want to spend more time with him.
Bingo.
Maybe you'll get over him. Maybe you'll get over him by spending. Maybe you'll get over him by spending more time with him. Sometimes it happens, you know. They seem great until you spend all your time with them.
Really?
You think? Well, let's just say I see this as more likely in his case. Well, let's just say I see this as more likely in his case.
I drummed my fingers on the desk.
Maybe I could learn to see him as a friend while on the council. I mean, probably. It's just a crush after all. I'll get over it when I find someone else I'm interested in.
I smiled at Mai, but she didn't even notice.
Mai, are you even listening to me?
Um,
Well, Hana, you should, Hana, you should read this.
She tossed me the newspaper. The continued news column blared off the page with the headline, "Secret Weapon?" My hands started to sweat as I read the words. Our current class president and 1/3 of the writing team for the Continue column, Paul Ritchie, has revealed that he has a secret weapon in store for this year's student council elections. The fight is tough this time around, Ritchie was quoted as saying, so I looked closely at our weaknesses and decided to enlist a bit of outside help. Students have professed worry over the balance of our team in more ways than one, and I'm happy to announce that this should ease their minds. Ritchie declined further questions, saying only, "You'll meet her when the time comes." I put the newspaper down, watching Mai.
No wonder everybody was reading it this morning. I bet half of them think he's got a girlfriend.
Oh no. I put my head in my hands. Mai patted me on the back, nodding sadly. There's no way I can refuse now. No one's done this. Unless he's got someone else in mind. How could he even do something like this? That's so manipulative. Mai's hand flew off my back and her eyes darted toward the door. Maybe you should tell him that yourself. Paul entered our classroom, glancing around it quickly. When he saw me, he grinned and darted over.
Hana.
There you are, my dear. Oh boy, he wasn't helping the situation.
Paul, how could you put this in the paper? I never told you yes.
Yeah, right, about that. I kinda told Nick and Josh to get started on the article right before I went to talk to you. And the newspaper gets sent to the printers at midnight, and once it's sent, we can't make changes without paying for it out of pocket, and... well, by the time I got back, it was already in the paper. He giggled uncertainly, and I resisted the urge to smack his arm.
What are you gonna do if I say no?
You gonna say no? A ripple of whispers shot through the classroom. I glanced around and suddenly noticed everyone's eyes on me and Paul. Of course, I should have known. I lowered my voice to a whisper, trying to look as casual and uninvolved as possible. Having a senior visit the classroom in the morning specifically to see me, heck, even most couples chose to meet outside so as to not draw attention. This was practically a declaration of intent to date, even if I knew Paul didn't see it that way.
Was he really so thoughtless? Did he just not see me in that way, so it never occurred to him others might feel we might be a couple? If I was honest, either option depressed me. I love when I drop my mouse and all of my windows go away. It's my favorite thing. It's just the best. You know I love it. Thank you, computer. It's not like I needed any of those windows that were up. Shoutouts to all 0 people in the chat, by the way. My favorite thing.
Alright.
Alright, great idea, Hana. If I can't convince you then you're free to say no. But then the question comes down to where we should meet. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, and then snapped his fingers. Can I? Yes, really. He did really snap his fingers. I just read that, PBG. Dude.
Yeah.
I got it. I owe you an ice cream cone to make up for the one that I, well, ruined. So how about that? As their conversation grew quieter, the students crowded closer. Mimi was almost right behind Paul, with eyes like a devil. An ice cream date? Deal. I'll meet you after the class. Speaking of, you really should get going, and the bell might ring in a minute. Hey, you're right. He tousled my hair affectionately. Tousle? Ah, now I'm worried about how that's pronounced. I don't want to look it up. He tousled my hair affectionately, and I instinctively shoved his arm away from me.
See ya.
See you then, Hana. He left the room, and I collapsed onto my chair. Gradually, the stillness in the class returned to its regular pre-lesson commotion, though dark looks shot at me like curses. My whistle. Way to go, Hana, you're killing it. I know you said you didn't want to be in the spotlight, but it looks like you'll be there whether you want it or not. I sighed and threw my head down on my desk. Today was just not my day. After class, I said goodbye to Mai and made my way to the cafeteria, feet dragging like blocks of ice. For some reason, the slow trek felt like a death march. Part of me was saying goodbye to something. I watched the wind in the trees, smiled at the stressed faces. Once more, I watched the wind in the trees and smiled at the stressed faces of the passing students. Yeah, goodbye. It was a goodbye to life as I knew it. Thanks to Paul, everything was going to change. I had a good run, didn't I? By the time I got to the shop, Paul was waiting for me. Along with a swarm of curious onlookers, all pretending to be there for food or some other activity. There's Kakusu. I love her. She's my favorite, in case you didn't know. They peered from behind their notebooks and strolled through the aisles of the school shop, eyes straining to see past bags of chips and wrapped onigiri to Paul and me.
Hana!
Hana, glad you could make it.
Yeah, me too. Paul led the way to the counter, where he ordered 2 vanilla ice cream cones with a dazzling smile. Then, after a brief pause, he looked at me.
Wait, please cover one of those cones in sprinkles.
Yay!
Sprinkles! The cafeteria worker heard my cry and chuckled. When Paul received the cones, one was so drenched in sprinkles you couldn't honestly even see the ice cream under it. I bounced excitedly on my heels.
Careful not to drop this one.
I'm not the one who should be worried about that. Ice creams in hand, Paul led us away from the usual Normal Boots Club table to a table next to the window. We sat and soaked in the sunshine. It was a small change, but I'd never seen the cafeteria from this angle. It made it feel special.
So,
Paul bit the tip off his ice cream and looked at me. I'm terrible at small talk when something's on my mind, so let's skip it. Tell me how I can convince you to join the campaign. I slurped my ice cream, then chewed it thoughtfully. The sprinkles would definitely make my mouth look like a rainbow car. Note to self: try not to smile. What would make me feel comfortable joining the campaign? I kicked my feet aimlessly under the table, gazing out the window. The temptation of spending time with Paul, exactly as we were now, was already something in his favor, but I really had no confidence I could be of any help. I barely knew Asagao, and people didn't care about me the way Paul seemed to think they did. Well, maybe now they knew my name, but it was not a positive association. Not for the girls, anyway. I didn't know most things about how the student government worked, or how it helped the school, or what the needs were. Was it even a position that could affect change? It sure wasn't at my high school. It was just a big old popularity contest. Just, hey, I want to be class president. Okay. And then, like, if you were class president when you were a senior, you organized the reunions. And if you were class president when you were a junior, you did prom. That's it. That's all it did. And also, you get to put it on, like, college applications, and it looks nice. I thought about running for treasurer, but I was not particularly popular. I maybe could have pulled it, like, just because I don't know, like, I had that reputation of I'm alright with numbers, and, like, I could have done it, honestly, like, if I'd given it some thought, you know, and not been like, oh, hey, it's the day of, somebody vote for me, you know, but actually, like, given it some thought and been like, huh, I could be a treasurer, but yeah. Anyway, I digress. Paul was watching me carefully, his breath held. As I gazed into his face, I realized I was missing a key component of the campaign. Why do you want to be president?
Well,
Paul tapped his nose as if I had asked the question. See, I'm not some great philanthropist or anything. I don't think I can claim to have an unabashed, indiscriminate desire to do whatever I can to make the world a better place. When it came down to it, if I had to choose between taking care of my friends or taking care of strangers, I'd pick my friends first. I'm compassionate, but I'm not a martyr. Let's get that out of the way first. He furrowed his brow, rolling his neck out. This question's so hard. Every time I answer it differently. It's just that it matters so much, I don't know if I can give one answer that comes close to how I feel about it. Okay. He set his hand down on the table, tapping it rhythmically as he voiced his thoughts. So let's say you want to make some kind of difference. You have the whole entire world to go about it. And you have the whole entire world to go about doing that in, right? There's lots of stuff going on everywhere. Climate change, poverty, the literacy rate, water access. There's so much one person can do. But one person can't do all of it. You have to pick and choose your battles. Right now, my world is a lot smaller. He drew a tiny circle on the table. Right now, my world is Asagao and the Normal Boots Club. And while I was here years prior, I'd walk around and see how ineffectual our student government was. Like it was just a title. The people who ran it got perks like skipping class, but they didn't feel any responsibility to the student body. If you've noticed, all cultural activities are put on by the students of their own choosing. Jared's fashion show, John's play. There was this major communication gap between the teachers and students. Students were literally going mad with stress. Mr. McPasta used to sleep for only 4 hours a night. He was working so hard dealing with all of us. And it wasn't like I was looking for a way to make the world better or anything. I just looked around and thought, hey, this isn't right. And so I talked to Nick and Josh, and we came up with all these ideas for how it could be better. We were sitting there in our room, congratulating ourselves for having figured out all these solutions. Feeling really good about it and everything, and then finally one of us just goes,
Why don't we actually do it then? Paul leaned back, his hands sliding into his lap. He seemed relieved. So we did. That's how it happened. Wait. What was the question again? I pointed silently to the ice cream cone he'd set on the table, which was now forming a puddle on the laminate surface. Paul cursed and started licking around the cone, bent down like a dog. I threw down some napkins on the table and bit into my cone, watching him lap up the vanilla. So this was our student council president? I bit into the cone again. So undignified half the time, so unintentionally destructive, so gung-ho that he didn't even notice how his failures messed with the rest of us. I sighed and popped the rest of my cone into my mouth. Paul was drinking the vanilla out of his increasingly soggy cone, our conversation forgotten. I clasped my hands on the table. Oh, that shut off the sound in my right ear. I was like, whoa, that was weird. I'll do it.
What?
What? You will? You don't even know what my platform is yet. I haven't really made it yet, but
It's fine, I'll do it. I want to help you.
Paul raised an eyebrow at me, clearly confused about my sudden change of heart. I shook my head. I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, good, great. In that case, we were planning to have a meeting tomorrow during the lunch to get a strategy going.
I'll be there.
I smiled sadly at him. Are you sure you're okay? You don't seem really happy about this.
I drummed my fingers against the table, wondering how to explain what just happened. Have you ever just kind of had something drop into your lap that you couldn't turn away, no matter how you felt about it?
I don't think so.
It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain, but there was no way I could refuse. I need to be on this campaign with you. I just do.
Paul stared at me in shock. Then a small smirk quirked his lips. Well, I knew there was something special about you. He was clearly impressed with me, and it pricked me. I scanned the cafeteria, noting the people hovering just out of earshot.
I think I'm gonna head out.
Okay, I'll walk you back.
Paul gathered up the Paul gathered up the soggy napkins and stood, but I held out my hand. Please don't.
Anna.
I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
I left him standing there in the cafeteria, quickly running through the hovering people and out into the sunshine, gasping for air. The sun was setting. That conversation must have taken longer than I thought. I jogged back to the dorms, trying hard not to think about what happened. Trying very hard to ignore the sinking feeling that hit my stomach as I listened to him speak. But there was nothing for it. The damage was done. I walked into my room, hoping desperately Mai would be at practice or busy with something, but nope. There's Mai.
You have to tell me everything. How does it go? See into you? Are you on the campaign? Man, you're gonna kick total ass. I just know it. I knew you were destined for greatness. Mai grabbed my hand, jumping up and down. But I avoided her eyes.
Hey, what's up?
I threw down my bag next to my desk and tried to take off my shoes with my feet. One came off easily, but the other, the right one, caught on my ankle, just like it always did. I tied the laces too tight once, and I never bothered to fix them when I put them on, so it always happened when I went to take them off. Now I was standing there like a dilapidated penguin, and all I wanted was the stupid shoe off. I threw myself on the floor and ripped the shoe off with my hands. Mai watched me in silence. I put my head in my hands, covering my face, and breathed deeply.
Trying hard not to let it show. Trying very hard not to let it show.
Hana.
Hana, are you okay? I shook my head slowly. Did you join when you didn't want to?
What a jerk!
Did he do something bad to you again? I wiped my face with a hand. No, that's the problem. I took a deep breath again. I wanted to talk while I was crying, but too late. That sentence opened the floodgates, and I started sobbing on the floor. What happened then? Mai flew to my side, rubbing my back. Whatever happened, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure you didn't mean it, or you'll do great, or... I buried my head in her shoulder, shaking my head. I'm just being a baby. It's not really a bad thing at all. I just didn't want it to happen. I didn't think it could happen. I didn't know it would happen this way. How long are you gonna talk around this? Just tell me what happened. I pulled my head back so I could see her face. It wasn't something I wanted to admit. I didn't even know how to admit it. It was something that had never happened before. But while sitting there and listening to Paul, listening to the plain and utter compassion he had for people, listening to how passionately he wanted to be the student council president and how he'd come to that decision, as he spoke, I felt a terrible sinking feeling in my stomach. And then I looked out the window. The cherry blossom tree that had been blooming during the flower festival was losing its petals, and I'd watched another fall to the ground in slow motion. I'm in love with Paul, and I don't even understand how it happened. Mai's hands froze for a second. Then she started rubbing my back yet again. I waited for her to tell me that I was blowing things out of proportion or jumping to conclusions, but she said nothing of the sort. When I looked up at her, she was shaking her head, staring at the wall.
Well...
That's just how things fall sometimes, Hana. I really need to clean my phone. It's a little messy. At some point, I was able to calm myself and look at the situation a little bit more realistically. Feelings were feelings, and I couldn't control them. At some point, they'd pass or go away, and if they didn't, I'd find a way to deal with them. Besides, I had no way of knowing whether this was truly love. I'd never experienced it before, after all. I was going on my gut instinct, but plays had been written about why teenagers trusting their gut instinct was a terrible idea. I managed to make it through class the next day with my sanity intact. When the bell rang, I stood from my chair and Mai gave me a huge thumbs up. I nodded, but otherwise ignored her. I didn't need a thumbs up, I needed some sanity in my life. As I headed through the hallway, I began to notice something weird. Sorry. People were pointing at me, shocked looked on their faces, like I was wearing a blood-red clown nose. That's her. Doesn't look like much. I bit my lip. Was this because I was helping with the campaign? It seemed like an odd thing for people to be so concerned about. Maybe Paul was right and this was a good publicity move? It wasn't until I stepped outside and saw the newspapers in the rack that I understood.
President dating campaign assistant? We received an anonymous tip that Hana Mizuno, the third-year transfer student for Mamoru, is the secret weapon that Paul Ritchie spoke of. However, sources are divided on how this weapon is supposed to function. It appeared that they were engaging in a human activity one would call a date or an outing, our anonymous source reported.
That anonymous source sounds like Kaksu.
Perhaps she gives him the moral strength required to operate in a civilly unjust society. Regardless of the motive, one thing is certain, this couple has caught the public's eye. Here's hoping for a happy ending. I flung the newspaper back on the rack and stalked towards the cafeteria, mind racing. This was not what I wanted to happen. This is the opposite of what I wanted to happen. I'm going to take a break for a little bit here in about 20 minutes. Both to give my throat a small break and also because I have to go to the bathroom. So, if this isn't what I wanted to happen, why was I smiling so much? I got my ham and bologna sandwich. I didn't feel like eating anything more complicated and scanned the lunchroom for the section that had the most frenzied activity. As expected, Paul, Nick, and Josh were at that table, and they grinned at me. I went to meet them, contemplating how I should bring up the newspaper article. As I sat down, they cleared their throats. I'm Paul.
I'm Nick.
And I'm Josh.
Yeah.
And welcome to our campaign team. From beneath the table, they drew out small confetti poppers and pulled them. Confetti sprang onto my face, small clouds of smoke drifting across the tabletop.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah, truly glad, truly blessed. You have no idea how much this means to us. To me in particular.
I'm sure you'll be a very valuable asset. Your perspective is highly valued. You sound like Forrest Gump. Oh man. Josh nodded to himself and Nick shot him a glare. I dusted the confetti off of my head and I glared at them. So, about the campaign. Right, there's something I need to tell you. Part of the reason my remaining presidency is so important is because last year I implemented a 2-year plan. I laid the groundwork for students to be able to petition Osagao Academy for school funding for various interests, and I spent all of that year challenging decades-old legislation that prevented, certain groups from fully expressing themselves, I'll say. It took forever, but I got it done. This year's the year we're actually going to do something with that legislation by throwing school-wide festivals and holidays to learn about and celebrate all sorts of different things, including the tournament. He grinned broadly at me. There's other stuff than just the tournament in there, right? Oh yes, lots of genuinely important stuff, but I still wanted to throw us all a bone too. We're lucky it falls on a Saturday this year. Last year we had to create a distraction because Jared couldn't afford to skip a day of class, and
I convinced Mr. Saitama I was a rare breed of werewolf that turns in broad daylight. We had to get Mr. McPasta to help us.
Wait, that was Josh, that wasn't Nick.
I convinced Mr. Saitama that I was a rare breed of werewolf that turns in broad daylight. We had to get Mr. McPasta to help us.
Why on earth would Mr. McPasta help with that? Nick shrugged.
Well, he's a weird dude, but he's a nice guy. If he's in it for a laugh, he'll do it. I think he just wants to see the reaction. Plus, he seems kinda into stuff like that.
Nick jerked a thumb across the cafeteria and I saw Mr. McPasta peering closely at a string of raw beef, a malicious grin on his face. So, we've been trying to decide on a strategy this year, but we haven't got any idea what to do. See? Josh pushed forward, setting his hands on the table and staring me down like a lion. If you ask me, we just leave people alone. Keep the election on the down low. Meet our competition's campaign efforts. Never exceed them. We want the election to fall away from people's minds, so that when the ballot rolls around, they go with a comfortable face.
That's a terrible idea. We need to win their hearts, not hope they forget we exist. If we can make them like Paul, if we can make them think he'd be a cool dude to get a drink with or something they can relate to, they're bound to vote for him because they'll trust how he runs things.
I thought we should talk about actual platforms. tell people what we're planning on doing.
You did that last year. Because of all that legislation, you don't have much to show for it. We can't do that or they won't believe you.
Your plan is basically the same thing. They'll still think you won't be able to do anything. People want to stick with the status quo. If we play our cards right, we can use that to our advantage. I don't want to manipulate anybody either. I don't like sitting and waiting for stuff to happen. I like to be proactive. Yes, too proactive. Ouch, that hurts.
That sounded like a really bad, like, C-list, like D-list game, D-list fighting game, and then anytime this person gets hit, they're just like, ouch, that hurts, ouch, 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 that hurts. Oh man, there used to be a DSiWare game where you could record your own voice. It was a beat 'em up, and you took pictures to make a character, and you also like recorded your own voice lines out of it. It was really cleverly done. Anyway, I watched them bicker between themselves, waiting for a lapse in the conversation so I could get a word in edgewise, but none ever came. After 7 minutes of watching them tread the same ground, I raised a timid hand. I really wish I could capture DSi. Like, coming back to that thing I just mentioned, I really wish I could capture DSiWare, because like that would be a great Frozen Tundra finds, but I can't. And it would be actually kind of a pain to try and do a Frozen Tundra finds on.
Right, Hana. You're the level-headed one. This is exactly what we wanted you for. What should we do?
What?
Wait, now I'm in charge of the decision? Paul nodded and pointed at me. It was clear the ball was in my court. Let's play defensively. Hang on, let's save beforehand. Cause you know, we'll go on to page 7. Everybody remember that it's page 7, okay? And then we'll play defensively.
Well, yeah, that's work for me.
All face-palmed but sighed.
If Hana says we should do it, then that's what we'll do.
I didn't like being put on the spot like that. Having to make decisions all of a sudden really wasn't my strong suit. Moreover, having to choose between people was not something I liked to do, even if they themselves weren't taking it to heart. As I watched, Paul, Nick, and Josh started discussing tactics for the tournament.
Well, Nick's really good at grabs for some reason, so if the other person gets into close combat,
we won't be able to...
We won't be able to tag out fast enough. By then, they'll have scooted away.
then maybe I should go in first instead of you.
I ate my sandwich slowly and gazed across the cafeteria. Mai and the rest of the Normal Boots crew were laughing about something, and Mai was inching closer and closer to Jared with each passing second. She reached up to tap him on the shoulder, and he swerved away to talk to Shane as if he didn't even notice. Well played, Jared.
You think, Hannah? You weren't listening, were you?
Josh sighed heavily and then rubbed his temples.
I can't work with this. I can't work with her. Paul wants you to go with him for the interview.
What?
Interview?
It's on it's on PB&J, so it's not a big deal. It'll be exactly like hanging out with the guys, don't worry.
Paul, I really don't think I should. I'm not good at that kind of thing.
Oh, of course you are. Don't count yourself out before you even try.
I'm not. I know how I get in front of crowds. It's really not for me. Paul rolled his eyes.
I'm sure you'll be great if you give it a try.
It's not even a crowd, it's just two guys.
Please listen to me.
All right.
It's decided, you're coming with me.
A shiver passed down my spine. Why weren't they listening to me? Just before, I was the only one who could decide on things, and now my opinion doesn't count? I I stared at my plate. I wasn't feeling all that hungry anymore. I think I'm gonna head back.
Really? Let me come with you then.
Paul stood, Nick and Josh stood as well. We're coming too!
Sorry, but I wanted to talk to Hana alone.
Josh and Nick looked annoyed at this turn of events, but I couldn't tell whether it was because Paul was taking me away from them or it was because I was hogging Paul. Dejected, they sat back down and started debating the realities of spider tea parties. Okay.
Just saying, an actual spider would kill everyone.
How, Vanity?
Baby.
Paul and I tossed our trays and then headed out to campus. I really wasn't planning on having him follow me, but maybe now was a good time to talk to him about that article.
Are you feeling better today?
What? Paul searched my face, but what he was looking for, I didn't quite know. I blushed and looked away.
You were really sad yesterday, so I was wondering...
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm better now. I just felt sick is all. Paul nodded. The campus was truly beautiful in the spring sunshine. There was a light breeze, and as I looked at the buildings we passed, I was reminded again of how well off Hasegawa was. The walkways were spick and span, the hedges perfectly trimmed. It wasn't a surprise the campus was a hive for rumors. So many rich kids and no city to play in. So Paul... Let's confront him about the rumors. Like, this seems really obvious. The other option was, never mind. No, we gotta be upfront about this. It's like, hey, bro, who's writing this? Why? Have you heard about those? Have you heard about the rumors? They were in the newspaper, so...
Oh, yeah, those.
Paul kicked a stray pebble off the sidewalk.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Wouldn't want to get in the way of any potential suitors, you know.
No, it's not. That's not the problem. I was just... Just what? Hoping for some sort of reaction? I stared at my hands and Paul chuckled.
If there's anything I can do to fix it, I will. Trust me. I guess we'll just bide our time for now.
Right. Stupid Hana. I shook my head. Poppy Hall rose in front of us, tall and imposing, a Georgian feel to its architecture. Paul held open the door for me.
After you.
He bowed in front of me, and with a giggle, I headed inside. As we entered, I noticed an audible volume drop, as if people saw us and stopped talking, as if they were talking about us and didn't want to be overheard. It wasn't long before I realized why. The walls were lined with what could best be described as posters for a smear campaign. Paul's face was crossed out in all of them.
Continue? No.
Shouted us from every inch of the walls. Paul's original campaign posters were nowhere to be seen. Paul stepped up to a row of lockers and tore down an image, holding it in front of him.
Did Jeff do this? Why would he do this? It's not like him.
Paul.
Now that I was looking at the poster in his hands, I could see there was small writing etched on the bottom of the poster. Paul's the bastard son of a tanuki. There's no way you can prove he's really human, and you shouldn't trust people who aren't human.
What?
What are we going to do? What if people actually believe this?
The look on his face broke my heart. I reached out to touch his arm, and he finally looked up from the poster and at me. This is really cute.
Well,
All the CGs in this game are really cute. It's so clearly not serious. People are smarter than believe this kind of thing, right? I bet that's why Jeff did it. Half as a joke. Paul sighed.
I would love to give the general populace more credit, but fear-mongering and rumors even when they're ridiculous, have a way of impacting people.
You don't know that for sure. Paul shot me a look and I trailed off. He also must have noticed the way conversation died when we walked into the room.
If I can't continue being the president this year, my 2-year plan will be left behind and forgotten. I worked all last year on that. I should have done something more flashy. Nobody knew that I was trying to help them. Nothing happened after all my promises. They thought I was just goofing off, and now they don't trust me. If I had just known...
Paul crumbled the flyer in his fist and threw it on the ground. I reached out and rubbed his back, looking fearfully around the hallway. Students had gathered and were watching us. Some were pointing, while others seemed uncomfortable with his outburst and scurried away. Don't worry about this, Paul. We'll figure out a way to fix it.
Oh, we will.
His face darkened and I took my hand from his back.
We definitely will.
Alright, on that note, I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. I suggest y'all do too, if you've been sitting here for the full 3 hours. So, maybe make a cup of tea or something, I don't know. So I'll be right back. See you guys in a little bit. Okay. Wow, that wasn't that long of a break. I'd say about 3-4 minutes. Alright, now that we're back, let's continue. Continue. Ooh, excuse me. Paul stalked off shortly after, claiming he needed to find a safe place to let off some steam. I let him go. I had some steam of my own to let off. Jeff, who'd been leaning over no, she yells Jeff! Jeff, who'd been leaning over a desk talking with Ian, shot up straight as a rod. I stared up at him, shaking with rage. Why did you do that? Jeff swallowed, but smiled half-heartedly.
What?
What'd I do? Don't act like that with me, Jeff. I know you're smarter than that. How could you do something like that to Paul? Jeff glanced away from me for a second or two and then looked at me again. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's not like people are gonna believe him. It's a lighthearted, funny way to campaign against him. Lighthearted? Rumor-mongering? It was a joke. Paul's got charisma, he's got magnetism to him, and he's got the bonus of having been president last year. Comparatively, I've got little to go off of. People don't really know me as funny, so I found a way to throw humor into the mix. I don't see what's wrong.
No!
People are going to believe them! People aren't that stupid, Hana. You're not doing them justice. He folded his arms, mind apparently made up. No matter what I said, he was sticking with the posters. If it makes you feel any better, I help put them up. That's a terrible, brutal voice. I'm sorry, Ian. That's bad. I glared incredulously at Ian. Why would that make me feel better? I don't know, but it was worth a shot. Ugh. I threw up my hands and marched back to my desk. Marched. What's the deal there? Why couldn't I get the march, the CH in the middle there? Oh, there's a little bit of tea in here. Wonderful. That actually wouldn't have been half bad iced, actually. I mean, it did suggest it on the package, so. Oh, man, I should have made some Genmaicha. Speaking of iced tea. That's about the only tea of mine that I can stand iced. That was it. It was on. This meant war. Paul would win this campaign if it was the last thing I ever did. As soon as the bell rang, I packed my bags and ran to the door. Hana, wait!
See you later.
Sorry, really important election business. I sprinted to the... Ooh. Not the burp. That's not where I sprinted to. I still love these posters. I say this every time I see these posters, but I love them. Itty Bitty Kitty poster. Asagao High School Host Club. I just love it. And like, you can't see it in this shot, but there's a poster that says Crying Party from Sad Girl. I love it. I sprinted to the 4th floor and managed to catch Paul right as he was coming out of class. Paul, we need to...
Hold a meeting immediately to discuss our strategy.
We stared at each other in surprise.
I see, I picked the perfect campaign manager.
Where are the other two? Paul pointed to the classroom behind him where Nick and Josh were thumb wrestling as if their lives depended on it. Josh crumpled to the ground under the pressure of Nick's thumb, tears leaking from his eyes. I will not give in. You'll lose your thumb if you don't. They've got... That sounded like a cross between Paul and Nick's voices. And I might use that later.
They've got cleanup duty and they're wrestling for it.
Let's just have the meeting in there then. We can help them clean up.
Another great idea from our campaign manager.
He slapped me on the back with a chuckle.
Yet you think you won't be good on the broadcast? I can't believe it.
Paul, you're not going to force me to do it, are you? Paul pushed me into the room, bypassing a confused Satch and Jared on the way.
Don't worry, don't worry. We have more important things to discuss right now anyway.
I figured that between the three of us, the classroom would get cleaned in no time. Ooh, didn't mean to click. Didn't mean to right click. I should have known better. The three of them fought each other constantly, using each new cleaning tool as a weapon. Mops became lances, brooms became throwing lances, cleaning sprays as a pepper spray equivalent. I cleaned silently on my own, working quickly to make up for the messes that they started. By the time we were done, my head was throbbing and I wanted to murder someone. Couldn't they see the strain they were causing other people? Were they really too wound up in their own worlds to care? No wonder Paul wanted me to be the campaign manager. I was probably the only person passive enough not to up and walk out. I clucked, and as if on cue, Paul stood.
Okay, my friends and loved ones, as you can see, we have a bit of a situation on our hands. The enemy is using dirty tactics in order to destroy our main line of defense. My good reputation.
He started pacing through the room, the movement calming my tired eyes and making it easier to focus. He seemed to be the kind of person who moved a lot when he spoke. The kind of person who had a lot of energy and passion and nowhere necessarily to put it. That must have been how he managed to stay in a club and run a newspaper on top of his presidency. How on earth he had found so many things... How on earth had he found so many things that caught his passion? Here I was, coming to Osaka more to escape something than to pursue something. And this kid was picking up meaning like pretty leaves in fall.
I think there's only one thing we can do.
I forgot to tell Twitter that this is happening, that we've been playing Osagao, so I should probably say, we've been playing the continue route for a while now, but I don't think we're too far in. Too far in, come drop by. I'll even put hashtag support small streamers. Because sometimes that gets people to show up. He smacked the pist into his palm. Perfect. Flawless. 110%. He smacked a fist into his palm, eyes burning. We strike back.
What?
What? Nick and Josh roared and jumped to their feet, tribal dancing around Paul. I stared at them. You can't be serious.
We have to fight fire with fire. I'm not going to sit back and take this.
Sit back and take what? A little bit of name calling? I blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of what was happening. Mai's words floated back to me. Sometimes that happens, you know. They seem great until you spend all your time with them. But it's a terrible idea. What is that going to accomplish? I'd go with what is that going to accomplish? Because, like, telling them it's a terrible idea, they're just going to be like, no, it's not. It's a great idea. All three of them.
And saying that's not what I want is not going to accomplish much, because, as we've seen before, they've been very much the sort of people just be like, okay, yeah, that's not what you want, but okay, we'll keep going, you know? So, what is it going, try and, like, lead them to the answer we want. What is that going to accomplish? Paul glared at me. Do you think people want a pushover for president? No. Right? No, they want someone they can count on when push comes to shove. If a teacher threatens to close the school shop or extend midterms for a day or cancel a club activity because it's unsuitable, the student body needs a president to count on. How does this count as being a pushover? You're being mean. It's about respect. It's manipulation. I want the student body to want to vote for you, Paul, not to not want to vote for Jeff. Paul's eyebrows shot to the ceiling, but Josh scoffed. It's what happens in the end that matters, not how you get there. How draconian of you. More Draco Malfoy, if you ask me. Paul searched my eyes for a bit. Hana, you... I glared at him, trying to tell him all I wanted to say through my eyes. No matter what, it wasn't right. There was no way I'd be able to hold my ground, not with all three of them against me like they were. But if Paul could understand how I felt about it, maybe then he wouldn't let it happen. If you do that, then I'm leaving this campaign.
Huh?
You'd actually...
I wasn't trying to join a group of bullies. I was trying to join to make some kind of a difference. That's what I thought mattered to you. Of course, saving face is legitimate too. If you're concerned about your pride, then by all means, continue with what you're doing. I doubt it'll have the effect you're wanting it to, though. People who only want to take from other people never earn others' respect in the end.
Are you implying that Paul is like that? I shrugged, my heart beating rapidly. I didn't know what I was implying, but I knew what I was thinking, and my thinking was that I didn't want to be around a person like that. I didn't want to be friends with a bully. I wasn't about to let rumors ruin somebody else's life just because I stood to gain something from it. Paul and I stared at each other, passing through an absurd kind of stalemate. No, Hana's right.
What?
I am?
Really?
She is? Whoa!
She is.
He smirked, then shook his head.
All right.
I knew there was some fire in you.
Would you mind telling me these things? I'd love to know more about who you think I am. Paul crowed and clapped his hands.
See, she's got a mouth on her.
He jumped up and down, and I frowned at him, feeling like an elephant in a circus tent. Do you mind?
Oh, right. Sorry. If we're not doing that, then our next best bet is to...
He glanced at me, Nick, and Josh. None of us said anything.
Confront him?
I already did that. He insists they saw it as a joke.
Really?
A joke? Whoa! A joke? They? That was not the right voice.
They?
Ian helped. I knew that poster was too clever to be Jeff.
All right.
All right! Paul smacked his hand on the desk, grinning wildly. There's no open space on my desk or I would do that. Hang on. Move a few things. Shouldn't have done that.
We're going to win this campaign no matter what. Got it? That was already the plan. Yeah, well now it's Plan 5.0. And there's no room for mistakes in Plan 5.0. Got it?
I guess so.
If you understand, Again, I'm mixing their voices. If you understand, put your hands in. He nodded to his hand on the desk. Nick and Josh threw their hands on top of his, and all three turned to look plainly at me. Hana? I sighed and put my hand in too.
Yeah!
Wonderful! To presidency in the tournament! May we win it all! Ha ha! Paul threw his hand up into the air all by himself. Nick, Josh, and I followed a second later, a belated heh escaping from our lips. We've got to work on that, first of all. He put his hand on the desk again and nodded for us to get in formation. I followed suit, head spinning. What had I gotten myself into? Chapter 3. The next week passed slowly by as plans were made for Paul's campaign. Given the continued access to a newspaper segment in which to promote Paul, most of their articles became weird 1950s style propaganda, talking Paul up as some kind of spotless hero everyone could look up to. They liked the articles, but every time I looked at one, I wanted to strangle them. They were making Paul too unrelatable, engaging everything only from his point of view. He talked a lot about wanting the best for the student populace, but never detailed in what way that he was planning to benefit them. Josh said those parts would be too boring. The students just wanted a superhero-esque figure to look up to. I'm going to agree with Hana on this one. At the next few meetings, I tried to bring up my ideas for the campaign, but I almost never got a word in edgewise. They never stopped talking long enough They never stopped talking long enough for me to make a point, always too deep in conversation about another topic. It wasn't long until I started wondering why I was even there. Paul might have had a great vision for my addition to the team, but it usually just ended up with me as the stalemate decider for all their arguments. I was venting my frustrations to Mai one night while getting ready for bed, dragging a brush through my hair. They could just get an interview or even something from the perspective of another student and told them something about Paul that they could actually relate to. I think that'd have a big impact. I'm just so tired of not having them listen to me. I can't keep sitting around. I feel like I'm there for decoration, not actually being useful. My paused from clipping her toenails to look me full on in the face. I put down my brush, knowing something big was coming. Well, why not just do it yourself?
What?
It's not like you need his permission or anything, especially not if you're going from the perspective of some random student. Why not try to humanize him a bit? Tell some cute little anecdotes about him and try to have someone else submit it for you.
Bingo.
I mean, I don't like to brag, but I like to consider myself something of a writer. I can help you whip something up real quick, and you can submit it as a letter to the editor. What do you say?
I don't know.
What if he gets mad? That messes up what they're going for.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you have to step away from the group when you know what they're doing is wrong. Wasn't that the whole reason he added you in the first place? But I guess it's up to you in the end. What do you want to do? I'm gonna publish an article. Yeah. Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah!
That's the spirit. Give them a total run for their money. But actually, while we're on the topic of Paul, how goes the whole... Oh, dang it. No, I can't pick up my microphone. I have to lean in. Feels situation. I really wish I could still pick up my microphone, but it's like under 3 or 4 things now. Oh, man. Being able to pick up my microphone is probably why my desk was such a mess. Anyway. Mai and I hadn't spoken about it since the articles came out. She knew exactly how much attention like that bothered me. I don't really know anymore. I'm not feeling him so much? It's not that I'm not feeling him, it's just like... I don't get it. We've been having trouble just communicating to each other. It's like he's on the second floor and I'm on the first, and we're trying to talk through the level between us. We're just not seeing things clearly. So you don't like him anymore? It's not that, it's... If things were a bit easier...
I don't know.
I don't know. Mai nodded solemnly. Well, anyway, about the article. The day that Mai sent in her letter to the editor to the newspaper found me and Paul deep in intensive training. No matter how I protested, Paul kept trying to teach me various aspects of public speaking, from proper diction to answering questions off the cuff. It wasn't working.
I heard last year Paul used his presidential funding on donuts for the students in the classroom instead of improvements to the school that he promised. Is this true?
I wasn't here last year, so I can't really answer that.
Huh, so it's true then.
No!
No, that's not what I said. I stamped my foot and Paul made a face at me. How many times do I have to say this when it comes?
How many times do I have to say this? When it comes to interviews, it's the gaps in information that count. If you can't concretely deny something, people will assume it's true. And you can't keep caving under pressure like that. People are going to get mean.
I collapsed into a chair, head in my hands. You're taking this way too seriously. It's just a school election. And I keep telling you, I'm not cut out for this.
But you are. I can see it in you. You've got that spark. If you would just believe in yourself, you'd be able to do this easily. But instead, you keep insisting you can't. Haven't you heard that anything is possible?
Anything might be possible, but this isn't one of these anythings. Just use Nick or Josh. You can trust them not to mess up.
No.
No, if I took them and... well... I suppose I'd get too focused on joking around. I need to maintain my image.
Your image? What's so wrong with people... Your image? What's so wrong with people seeing you as, I don't know, an actual human? Paul pursed his lips.
Right, and what happens if you ever need to do something like this outside of school? What happens if, say, your father gets in trouble?
I bristled.
Hmm.
What about my father?
You said he runs his own business, right? What if a customer steals from him and there's no way to prove it other than your word, and the police come to question you? Your father could get in a lot of trouble simply because you aren't convincing. In fact, you can cause suspicion with the way you're acting.
Leave my father out of this. Paul rolled his eyes.
Calm down, Hana. It's just a hypothetical situation. I'm only trying to help you.
I shook my head. I don't want your help, okay? Not when you keep trying to force me to be something I'm not. Guilt made me avoid Paul's eyes as I packed my things. When I started to leave, he didn't even try to stop me. He just turned to the window, hands on top of his head. The interview with PB&J was only 2 days away. If I was going to be forced to participate, shouldn't I at least give it my best shot? That was the rationale that kept me coming back to practices that were only helpful in frustrating the hell out of both of us. At this rate, more practice would just mean a stiff and awkward interview. Two campaigners with no chemistry and no desire to get along. Oh. No, it wasn't worth it. I nodded to Paul's back, mind made up. I'd do the interview if he still forced me to, but I wasn't going to put up with his whims come what may. Mai and I walked to class together the next morning. I tried to get up early so I wouldn't have to face her, but not with my worries about the article, but Mai was up even earlier than me out of sheer excitement. Ooh, I've never had something I wrote published before! Do you think I did a good job? Do you think people will be able to tell it's me? I scanned the grounds for any students carrying newspapers while I marched straight ahead, my gaze forward.
Jared.
Do you think Jared will read it? What do you think? I'm really talented and falls in love with me without knowing it's me. He could spend all his time trying to discover who wrote it, and when he finally finds me and my secret identity, he accidentally lets it slip to the world. I have to escape through an underground tunnel. And maybe you should consider being a writer. You've certainly got the imagination for it.
Aww.
You think so? My eyes glistened and I frowned. To think of it, we never really discussed what our dreams were. The only thing Mai told me about why she came to Asagao was my parents want to be gone, so here I am. Not that they don't love me, of course, but they're busy, and I think Dad might have a mistress. Mistress? Mai, I'm so sorry. Why? Oh, it's not the first time. I think my parents basically, well, they agreed to have an open marriage, but sometimes my mom gets all angry about it anyways, and I think they're fighting about something else. It was such an odd thing that I didn't really want to ask more. I knew Mai came from a totally different world than I did. Most of the Asagao students were uncomfortably rich, the kind of people who could be unemployed their entire lives and still grow their savings account. Most of the time, I didn't have to think about it. Not after I got used to the expensive food options and ridiculous campus size and high-tech computers. But occasionally, there would be something like this, and it threw me off so much I dropped the conversation in its entirety. Look, there's someone with a newspaper! One of the fourth-year teachers, Mr. Saitomo, was walking down the path ahead of us, a newspaper tucked under his shoulder. Before I could say anything, Mai sprinted down the path and stopped in front of him. Miss, can I help you? Mai stood in front of him, beaming, hands tucked behind her back. Yes, sir. Did you have a chance to read that paper yet? Why, no. I was just going for my regular coffee. You're of no help. Mai turned on her heel and headed toward the cafeteria, evidently going to find someone who would read her letter, whether she had to force him to or not. I watched her go, and I was about to head towards Poppy when I noticed Mr. Saitomo watching me. The old man smiled, his sad face looking years younger. Miss, have I seen you before?
What?
I'm a student here, so probably. I patted my hair anxiously. He'd probably seen it from far away and was curious. The old man shook his head. No, it's your eyes. I believe I've seen them somewhere before. Tell me, do you... The warning bell echoed across the campus, and the old man shook his head. Silly thing, can't even talk to someone in peace. I do hope I'll see you again, miss. I dove quickly through the hallways, hoping against hope that I wouldn't run into Paul. It was still weird seeing my face plastered across the walls. Paul wanted to undo the damage Jeff posters did, but he didn't even ask before putting my face on them.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Hana. Might you tell me exactly why you're hiding behind my locker? That was awful, I'm sorry. I can feel the comments groaning. Just, no, don't do that! I glanced in surprise at the locker I was leaning against and pushed myself away from it. I was, checking the integrity of the thing. You know, as you do. The integrity of my locker? That's Mr. Saitomo. Oh! Yes, architecture and all that, you know. Caddy's eyes narrowed. For some reason, he seemed suspicious of me. Right, architecture. Well, then I trust you found my locker. Impenetrable? Oh, yes, very much so. Oh, that was not honest sounding. Good. He stood there in silence, staring at me. I glanced over his shoulder. The coast was clear.
See you later.
Well, then, I'll just be going. I stepped off down the hallway, not getting not 3 steps away before Caddy stopped me.
Hey.
Hana. Yeah? I know the campaign between Paul and Jeff is pretty intense, but I trust you're above that mess. Yes? Caddy nodded solemnly. Feeling uncomfortable, I started for the classroom yet again. This time, Caddy watched me go, not moving until I was well and truly out of sight. I reached the classroom door unhassled and opened it with a relieved sigh. But the interaction with Caddy was still bothering me. Was he up to something? He seemed so suspicious.
Hana.
Paul shoved a newspaper in my face, anger lighting his eyes like a firecracker. I had a feeling this wasn't going to pick our relationship out of the rut it had been in over the past few days. What is this? What is this? My article was circled in permanent marker, a small drawn next to it. It was me. Or we could own up to it. You know, let's own up to it, because we're like, hey, you're handling this poorly, and you haven't been listening to my ideas, bud. So now you get to listen. Well, you guys weren't listening to me, and the way you're going on about it is kind of stupid, so...
What?
Stupid? And what are you going to do if this backfires, huh? How are you going to fix it?
His intensity and ferocity reminded me of our practice sessions, and again I failed to answer. The same thought must have occurred to Paul because he seemed doubly frustrated. He inhaled slowly, releasing the breath on a 5 count.
We'll talk about this after class.
With that, he stalked from the classroom. Not 3 seconds later, Mai sprinted through the doorway, panting like a maniac.
Yeah!
Someone said my writing was compelling, Hana. Compelling! Can you believe it? I can believe it. I nodded. I have a feeling anything you did would be compelling, Mai. Mai chuckled, a smirk crossing her lips. You know what they say, can't hold back this much personality. No, definitely not. The classroom door opened and Miss Shizuka walked in, spacing out like she just witnessed a murder. Children, sometimes life is not meant to be understood. Please contemplate all the things you don't understand for the next hour. Sound good? I frowned. Shizuka put her head on her palm, completely entranced. Poor Shizuka. What a long-suffering young lady. What's up with her? Mai shrugged. Whoever knows what's up with her? Paul, Nick, and Josh didn't talk to me that lunch period. If anyone noticed, nobody said anything about it. It seemed social cohesion was an integral part of the Normal Boots Club, and people's private problems were their own private problems, unless they elected to bring them into the foreground or get involved. It made sense to me. It was hardly possible to sustain such a large group of people if everybody was always getting up in each other's business, especially when most of the problems blew over in a day or two. I packed my things and waved a quick goodbye to Mai, heading straight to the 4th floor classroom that had become our meeting area. Oh, I love water. It's so good for you. It wasn't until after class that day that I started to hear buzz about Mai's article. I just dropped the cap to my water bottle. Do you really think he saved that kid from a burning building, though? Like, for all we know, the person who wrote the article could be lying. There's no way such a gifted writer could be lying. How eloquent they were. How compelling. I did like that he cried when his dog died. I've been there. Dealing with that kind of loss is no joke. Mine nodded fervently.
Mm-hmm.
Our president really does have a heart of gold. Good. Then it was working. I waved a quick goodbye to Mai, heading straight to the 4th floor classroom that had become our meeting area. I had no idea what kind of greeting I could expect when I got there, but hopefully it wouldn't be too bad. As I neared the club room, I started to hear strange noises. Howling, screeching, stomping. It sounded like there was a zoo in there. I paused at the door, absolutely dreading Oh, I promise English is my first language. Anyway, yes, that poster does in fact say crying party. This Saturday, Primrose House, room 202. Bring your own tissues. Sad girl. 10 out of 10. Best poster. Best poster. Love it. I paused at the door, absolutely dreading what I would find when I opened it. After standing there for 5 straight minutes, the noises inside never easing, my curiosity got the better of me and I opened the door a crack to peek inside. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw inside. Paul, Nick, and Josh were standing in the room, each in their own exaggerated poses. Paul was doing some sort of karate pose, his arms in a T-Rex position. Nick was doing an endless pirouette in the center of the room. And Josh had somehow got his leg behind his head and was balancing on the remaining one. Paul, who was facing the door, pointed. The rest turned on me, scenting their prey. There was a moment of silence. Adrenaline struck me, my heart beating rapidly. I shut the door, turned, and ran. I love the yelling. Then they all started yelling. It was too late. A stampede of shoes hitting the tile floors. Huda! I'm sorry. With the speed at which I apologized, it sounded like a spell to keep me safe from harm.
Come back here, Hana!
Their footsteps echoed down the hall as they continued to chase after me.
We weren't doing anything weird, alright? You didn't see anything. Ugh.
The trio was gaining on me, their legs longer and faster. I took a glimpse behind me, but it was all a fleeting blur.
It was a dance battle, like interpretive dance. Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. With that last-ditch effort and apology, I ducked into the nearest girl's bathroom. To my horror, the door opened behind me. They followed me in. I turned around, backing up. They advanced on me. Hana, we've been thinking.
About that article.
I threw my hands up over my head.
I'm sorry, please don't
Beat you up? Why would you beat you up?
You're chasing after me like suckers.
No, we're ecstatic about that article. Not only has it been gaining a ton of positive buzz, but we've been getting great feedback from the ladies as well. Oh man, my phone just rang. What is it? It's just my mom. I'll get back to her after the stream. I frowned. I'm sorry? We've been a bit intimidating the female demographic, at least up close. From afar we look like fun, but in person...
You're telling me?
But it really looks like we should contemplate changing our approach. The whole authentic spiel presented in this article seems to have charmed the populace.
Right?
Yeah, wow! You gotta win people's hearts, what I tell ya! Sonic, wow!
No, wait, no, this is Paul.
I know I was mad at you earlier, but it looks like your hunch was correct. Thanks for taking the risk, Hana. I wouldn't have pegged you for a risk taker, but hey, I'm impressed. I think I'll finally accept you as our campaign manager.
Had you not accepted me before? Josh waggled a finger before me.
A gentleman never reveals his secrets.
Well, this is all really nice. Truly it is, but can we get out of the girls' bathroom? We've still got an interview to prepare for, if you don't remember.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get down to it then.
The last practice before the interview went somewhat more smoothly than usual, but I was still nervous. Whoa, hey, Asagao has been frozen, but none of the rest of my layout. Properties. Let me... Oh, okay, maybe that fixed it. But I was still nervous. Yeah, it's working now. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the sprites weren't doing anything interesting, and I was reading everything on screen, so... Sorry, you got to hear Hana, you got to see Hana yelling about Jeff for a while. This is why I really should put OBS on a different screen than my than the actual VN, but that involves unplugging and replugging things, so. As we wrapped up, Paul shot me a bright smile.
Oh, I know that's right.
Don't worry, I know you've got this.
I nodded and followed him out of the room, stomach churning. That makes one of us. This is PBG, so, And welcome back to PBJ. I don't know, man. I don't know. Ugh, you're somewhat nightly talk show / music / news source. Whoa. Ugh, John Tron. That was not very John. No, this might be more John. Ugh. Tonight we've got a real special treat for you. Trust me, we really do. Toots, that was not John either. Hello, Frank. Hello. I know I'm yelling and nobody's home, and it's weird. It's real weird. Yeah. Do you wanna come up here and say hello to the people? Or are you just gonna be a poop? You just gonna sit there? All right, fine. Do it quietly. It's our current student body president, Paul Ritchie, and his campaign manager type person trained for student how to be, you know. Frank. Buddy. You know I can't pay attention to you right now. Yeah. You know I can't pay attention to you right now, doggo. You gotta at least come up on the chair and say hello to everyone if you're gonna be that way, okay? Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. You don't like it. You don't like it when I hold you like this. I know. But you gotta come up here and say hello. You gotta come up here and say hello. Yes. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. I know you hate sitting upright like this. I know. I know, puppy. I know you hate it. Okay. There you go. BBG and John clapped politely for us as Paul leaned into the microphone, chuckling.
You know, thank you so much for having us on. It really means a lot to us that we're able to come and spread our message to the world.
Yeah, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. That's not at all the same voice as Nick. So we have a lot of questions planned for this segment, but we also want to take a few questions from our callers. Shoosh, pup. A shoosh. A shoosh. A shoosh. A shoosh. You got a shoosh, puppy. We got a lot of questions planned for this segment, but we also want to take a few questions from our callers. We'll give you guys a bit of a warm-up while we wait for our callers to get questions in, shall we? I stared at the microphone in front of me as PBG and John asked Paul standard questions about his campaign. Why are you running? What's your platform? What did you accomplish last year? As I listened to Paul's smooth, practiced answers, I felt increasingly out of place. Just like Frank, who just keeps whining. Yeah, Frank. He really should have come alone. I would be nothing more than a burden. The microphone stared me down like some kind of robotic bug, daring me to say something so that it could go down in the annals of recorded history forever. I could just imagine my future children looking up and listening to this interview, saying, "Well, Mom, you sucked." I swallowed quietly, and John gave me a look, pointing to his mouth and moving away from the microphone. I balked and sat further away. Did it really pick up on that? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Here I thought I was going to breathe into the microphone for a bit, and instead I almost die. Okay. I can't do that for very long, or I'll just I'll hyperventilate and die. Well, that was enlightening. Thank you for that. No, don't freeze on me, game. Game, please. Oh no, it's just my mouse deciding to be a butt. Mouse, please. Mouse, please. Mouse, please. I'm gonna turn the mouse off and back on again, and we're gonna cross our finger and hope it works. Is it working? I don't think so, Tim. I don't think so, Tim. I don't think so, Tim. I don't think so. Oh, man. The height of professionalism, as I've said before. We're gonna replace batteries. Oh, we're gonna replace batteries on stream because my mouse is apparently out of batteries. Just so professional. Maximum professionalism. If anything were more professional, if I were any more professional, I would be getting paid by the minute. 2 professional, 3 professional, 5 me. Although, I mean, like, if you guys are watching this via YouTube Red, I mean, I technically am getting paid by the minute, but none of you have been. So, whatever. You know, it's a thing. Anyway, as I was saying, where's my mouse? Oop. Oh, it just decided to click like 4 times. Oop. Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you for your enlightening conversation.
Now for our break.
For our first caller.
I'm just gonna give John a random voice every time he talks, because I'm too lazy to actually do John's voice. PBG made a face at John, who grinned. Apparently he wanted to get right to the good stuff.
Our first caller, Kate, you're on. Right, so this first question is for Hannah. Like, why is your hair all pink and whatever? Like, what are you trying to do?
Adrenaline shot through me like electricity, and I stared at my hands, mind racing to think of a suitable answer. I'm not trying to do anything, that's just how my hair is. I sounded scared, even to my own ears. I glanced at Paul and saw him stone-faced, trying to make no expression at all. I winced. Well, thank you for your call.
But...
Next caller. I gave PBG a tremulous smile, and he waved it off. Like, yeah, man, that's no big deal. I just love you or something. I mean, what? Spoilers for the PBG route, I guess. Nah, you guys have all seen if you guys are watching me play Ostagal right now, you guys have seen me play the PBG route. Or someone else play the PBG route. Everybody knows the PBG route. It's the route that everybody knows. It's the most commonly played route. A slow, drawling voice crawled over the line next, and I knew instantly who it was. So, what does Paul think he has over Jeff that gives him a competitive edge? Paul shot forward immediately.
Well, first of all, I don't run smear campaigns. I run my campaign honestly, with clear communication to the people I intend to serve. Secondly, this year will mark my second year as president, and I'll finally be able to implement the plans I was working on all last year. Without this second year, that first year is basically wasted. So you wasted your first year in office. You want people to elect you because you promised this time it'll be different? Paul bit his lip. He'd fallen into exactly the trap he tried to keep me out of. Legislation is complicated and it took a while for it all to get through, but you'll see the effects of these changes this year if Paul gets elected. Paul shot me a brief thumbs up, but then Ian countered.
Really?
Really? And Jeff can't make good on that legislation. Why? Sometimes I start like doing a voice and I just throw my face into it. And it's like, I really want to kind of watch back the VOD to see some of the faces I make to go with the voice. Like, wow. Anyway, both Paul and I froze. I glanced at him. I didn't even know whether it was possible for Jeff to do such a thing, but I mean, judging by the look on Paul's face, it was. Well, only I know all the changes I meant to put into place, so a few could fall through the cracks. And if you aren't elected, you of course won't tell Jeff your plans were, because you were rivals and you didn't actually want the best for the school. Hot damn. Ian was a lean, mean, rhetoric-spouting machine. Seeing our struck faces, John grabbed the microphone. Sorry, buddy, but you the lad. We have to shoot the next caller. Whoa. For the next hour, the majority of the calls were full of inane questions. Little things like Paul's favorite color, the funniest thing that ever happened, and continue in public. That wasn't to say the answers weren't interesting, though, and judging by the laughter they inspired, I felt like the interview could still be a net win for us. A way to show the world that Paul's true personality did exist, and they got a first-hand look at it. Despite all of his seriousness and intense passion, he was a fun and mischievous guy, and rather lighthearted when it didn't involve the campaign. The more the student body saw that side of him, the more successful we would be. I truly thought that. At least, until the last question came. And we're about to wrap up. We're time for a last quick question.
What's up?
So what's up? Caller 68, you're on the line.
Yes, hi. I would like to know, is it true that the Hannah and Paul are dating?
What?
What? I burst out immediately, then clamped a hand over my mouth, but it was too late. Mimi was cackling on the other end of the line.
Well, that is to say, Miss Mizuno and I are just friends. We have a purely platonic relationship. Isn't that right, Hannah?
I looked at Paul, color filling my cheeks. Yeah, there no romantic feelings whatsoever. Well, I mean, we're not dating, so... My mumbles faded into the background as my ears began to hum, anxiety taking over. Frank is barking like he means it. So, I think, actually, that it's time for me to be done. Anyway, you know what? I'm just gonna throw up the BRB and see if he's yelling for no apparent reason, because Frank does that sometimes. I'll be right back. Oh, shoot, I left my microphone on. Well, question of the day. How much of me complaining at my dog did you just hear? Oh well, I'm back now. We'll get to a stopping point and then I'll have to be done for the night. Not that Paul isn't great. He really isn't. And any girl would be glad. Somebody please shut me up. I looked in horror from John to PBG, and PBG dove in, seeming somewhat disturbed himself. And we're out of time. Thank you so much for everybody for such a great show. Bye-bye. He shut off the recording and took us off the air and then crossed over to me. Hana, are you okay? I buried my face in my hands, not wanting to look anyone in the face, and definitely not Paul. I messed up really badly. It wasn't that bad. Don't worry. Nobody should have asked such a personal question like that. It's not your fault for not being able to handle it. PBG trailed off and a rustling came from next to me. Paul gathered his papers and stood, face blank as a calm lake.
Thank you so much for having us on.
He extended his hand to John, oddly professional, and John shook it half-heartedly.
Later.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
It was irrational, but I watched him leave with a pang striking my heart. I messed up. Not him. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. I told him from the very, very beginning that I wasn't cut out for this. Even with all his stupid practice and his stupid belief in me, I still screwed everything up. I'm such a failure.
No.
No, you're not. PBG patted me hesitantly on the back, and John raised an eyebrow. You could have answered it better. John! What? I'm just telling the truth. I'm not attacking the poor girl. So you get the hat for Paul then, huh? I don't know what that voice is, but I don't know how I feel about it either. PBG stopped patting me. My face colored yet again. I could feel it happening, and it was a dead giveaway, even if I didn't say anything to confirm it. John nodded, throwing a rubber ball into the air and catching it. Wait. Haha, it's right behind me. I don't even have to get up. Haha. Oh, I caught it. It counts. Ha. Oh, man. Oh. He's a tough nut to crack. Even tougher to read. You got your work cut out for you, gal. Was it obvious? Was it obvious, Frank? Was it obvious, Frank? Huh? Yeah, maybe not to him. He's master at telling himself one thing and never looking at the alternatives. None of the complicate matters. The swine Dick Josh is so good for him. They're a perfect team together. Don't push him, that's my advice. He's not one to rush things. Not personal things anyways. If he comes around, he comes around, and it'll be of his own accord. I nodded. It was weird getting romantic advice. Solid advice, no less, From John, of all people. But I was grateful in any case. PBG frowned next to him, not seeming interested in the topic. I was too embarrassed to stay. Thank you for saving me, PBG. Both times. PBG heaved a heavy sigh. Oh, it says Say a Pimp has just started watching. That's actually kind of neat. Like if you're friends with someone on Twitch, it just says that that it'll tell you when a friend starts watching. Neat. I like that. PBG heaved a heavy sigh. My mom would get mad at me if I did anything less. What a gentleman. PBG smiled sadly. I am watching, but I can't stay long. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Alright, what does John say?
And I'm back now. It's fairly late out, but it won't be for much longer.
See you later.
John just gets that really exaggerated voice because I just can't hit John's voice at all.
Good luck.
I
Bye.
nodded. Thanks, John. I mean it.
What the hell?
Someone's knocking on the door. Maya's upset. What the hell is that? Who's here so early in the morning? Mai, grumpy from a late night on the volleyball court, threw a pillow at the door with a hiss. Don't you have any manners? Mai, don't yell. Well, stop yelling when that idiot stops knocking. I hastily rose and flicked on the light, leading to a splutter of terrible curses from Mai. Who's there?
Hana, can I talk to you?
It was Paul. I glanced quickly in the mirror, trying to pat down my bedhead, and then suddenly became conscious of the fact that I was in my pajamas. For all this. Can you wait? I will murder you. Never mind. With a sigh, I pulled open Frank. Come here, Frank. Come here. You don't gotta. You don't gotta, doggo. You just don't. With a sigh, I pulled open the door and stepped out into the hallway. Frank, come on. Just stay in here, dude.
Hey.
You don't gotta.
Hana, hey, sorry I came so early, but I wanted to talk to you about something.
I crossed my arms over my chest and nodded, distinctly not looking forward to whatever this conversation was going to bring.
It was just bothering me all night, so I came over here first thing.
I gave Paul this voice because I have no idea, like, anything about Paul. I've not watched any Continue, and he needed a politician-y voice, so he just gets the really over-the-top, like,
Ha-ha! I know that I might have seemed a little angry after the interview yesterday.
Images from the night before came flooding back to me. My head in my hands, Paul's stony face, PBG's sad smile, and John's raised eyebrow.
Yeah, and I didn't want you to feel bad.
I nodded slowly, not believing him for an instant. Well, I believed that he didn't want me to feel bad, but there was no way, after the time and energy spent preparing me for that interview, that he wasn't still upset about it. And then there was that ending. Did he know how I felt about him? Is that why he was doing this? Because he didn't want me angsting over the boy I was in love with? I swallowed hard. Pathetic.
Well,
Actually, I was hoping that you might want to go somewhere with me tonight to make up for it. I know I put a lot of pressure on you and everything.
My head snapped up. Paul was grinning at me.
I figured we could take a stroll around the mall, maybe grab a bite to eat or something.
Really?
Really?
yeah.
It's the least I can do, you know?
Well, sure, I'd love to go.
Aw, sick!
I'll come get you later today, then. Oh, and no meeting today. I think we deserve a bit of a day off. He snapped at me and finger gun. Ayah! I nodded, completely at a loss for what was happening.
Alright, see ya.
Alright, so, see you tonight. Have a great day in class, Anna. With a last charming smile, he set off down the hall. Zzz. There she is, the best character in the entire game. I whirled around. Standing behind me, evidently having heard some portion of the conversation, was Kakusu. Best girl. This is interesting. Is it? What happened between me and Paul was really none of her business, and I glared at her to prove it. Kakusu slowly nodded, eyes faintly glowing. You seem to have Let me try that again. You seem to have a much higher allocation of luck than other humans in this area. Allocation of luck? One must wonder whether your hair gives you luck or whether your luck caused your hair. I darted a hand up to my head and then wrapped it around my doorknob. I've got to go get ready for class. Kakusu nodded slowly, then smiled. Look at her, she's so happy. So happy. Good morning. I blinked. She looked at me expectantly. Good morning? You're up early. I hope you do well in class today. Kakusu slipped down the hallway, as if completely unaware of the stiff conversation we just had. I shook my head. Too much was happening. Too early in the morning. With a sigh, I headed back into my room, ready to face the onslaught of questions from the definitely eavesdropping Mai inside. As we waited in the lunch line for our food, Mai buzzed with anticipation for my impending date. That was cute. That's the only term I can use to describe that sound clip. It's kind of cute. Oh, hey, someone's playing Tetris. What's his name? Kevin DDR. So, once I'm done here, I'm definitely gonna host him. I'll do your makeup and your hair. We'll totally knock his socks off. You won't know what hit him. Serves him right for taking so long to acknowledge your greatness. I bit my lip. Mai's level of excitement was matched only by my dread. I wanted the date to go well, I really did, but I was terrified of screwing something up. After all, I thought the flower festival was supposed to be my first ever date, and that went in a completely different direction from what I anticipated. This was my first real date, and I didn't intend to mess it up, but somehow I was sure I would.
Hey, what's up?
Are you listening? Jean jacket or sweater? I'm asking for your opinion on your outfit. Jack? Mine nodded.
Perfection.
Great choice. I can definitely work with that. You look great in blue. With the last of the treacle on our plates, we started to cross the cafeteria. Then something caught my eye. Jeff and Ian were sitting at the hidden block table, heads together. They were definitely plotting something again, and after the interrogation Ian gave us last night, I was not in the mood to sit and watch it happen. And then again, I didn't want to cause a scene. What should I do? I'm a little tempted to actually, just be done for the night and leave it on this decision and, put it up as a poll on my Twitter or something. I think I'm actually going to do that, because I've been streaming now for almost a little under 4 hours and 20 minutes. So in the interest of being able to speak tomorrow, and also I need to sleep soon anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to back it up one, I'm going to save, and then I'm going to put up the choice we have on my Twitter as a poll, and it'll be up until Thursday. So that'll happen. So anyway, that's that. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We're gonna go say hello to Kevin DDR. So just give me a moment to pull up his stream. If I can, twitch.tv/Kevin DDR. I think that's his name. Anyway, I ran into this guy. He did Tetris Grandmaster 3 at GDQ this year. So that's why I was excited. So anyway, as soon as I'm done streaming, I'm going to host this guy. I'll post a link in his chat so y'all can go over and say hello. And anyway, thanks for tuning in, everybody. If you watched the VOD, I'm extra impressed because this video was extra long. Nice. See you guys later this week.